Hello, my friends. I hope you are all well today. There it is. There's the camera. I hope everybody is well today. It is Monday, the 18th of September. And ooh, I didn't like that. It froze up there a little bit. I hope everybody's doing well. I just received what I guess we'll call a compliment. You know when somebody like sees you and they're like, "Wow, you really clean up nice." And you're like, okay, thank you. Yes, I do. But was that really a nice thing to say? Or I don't know. You got to take that one grain of salt. Um, we have three court videos to watch today. One we've already watched, probably. If you've been here for a while with us, you probably watched it already, maybe. But we're going to watch it again because that's what I fucking do. Oh, I got to change that. Second, the other two are brand new. They're from today. We're going to have a good time watching them. Who's here? I got Courtney, I got Vicky, I got fucking Streamy. Yeah, Streamy. Cachette is here. Lisa Figalicious. Mike has been here for a while. Jonathan's here. Sashina, Beverly Bradford. Who else? Daylight. I saw Daylight here earlier. Hello, Daylight. Um, Guys, what'd you have for dinner? Let me know what you had for dinner. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, go ahead, tell me what you wish you had for dinner instead. Hold on. Oh, it's like, I was like, that piece is gonna bother me, but it's okay. I had a little different eye makeup thing today, so maybe that's what they'll oh, thank you, Hector. Yeah. Donna, I saw a message from you on my phone today and it got put in spam and I apologize. I don't know how the fuck that happened, but I just saw that today when I was looking through my phone. So I will text you tomorrow morning. Simon J, welcome, welcome, welcome. If you guys haven't clocked in for your shift yet, please do so by hitting that like button. Also, tell me what you had for dinner. I see spicy ramen. Courtney went with soup and bread tonight. Um, I just ate 3 pieces of brie cheese as an emergency pre-stream snack because while the last two streams have gone on for over 6 hours each somehow, that's not what we're going to be doing today. I'm going to do maybe three, we'll see, 2 to 3. But I needed a little bit of something, and y'all know how I just love my brie cheese. Your dog is in your bed in heat, Courtney. That's Don't they have diapers for that? Simon J had pasta. What kind of pasta? Courtney, she's delish. Um, oh, Denali, Mike is here as well. Like I said, guys, thank you for being here. I love y'all. I'm so happy that we get to spend a Monday evening together. You first had brie when visiting Canada. Okay, I didn't even know brie was like a Canadian thing. I've mentioned that apparently you can get it in the States. Some of y'all just don't, but it's so delicious. Oh my God. I used to not like cheese too, though, and I don't drink wine, so it's not wine that makes you drink cheese. Although I do remember, I think the first time I was introduced to like really delicious cheese was when I went for a book club meeting at this like rich lady's house. Oh my God. Mm, delightful. Lisa, since Montana is next door neighbor, you have it. I'm gonna assume that's what you say. Um, Sashina had a bit of chicken for dinner, lunch, breakfast. You just don't eat much while working. I totally get that, Sashina. I was intermittent fasting before intermittent fasting was cool. I just called that being me and not eating until nighttime when I would just mostly binge, honestly. Now, since COVID and when I started working at home during the day, um, less intermittent fasting, more just shoving face. But yeah, I mean it's something I standardly would do. It wasn't a full technical fast though, because I would drink quite a bit of like heavily sugared coffee and creamed coffee during the day. But um anyways, guys, like I said, clock in for your shift, hit the like button. Oh, take your meds. Hold on. Where are they? Oh, here's mine. Oh my God. Did I just shake this? I might have. I meant to shake this and I think I shook this. So I'm not going to open that for a minute. Go ahead, take your meds if you've got them. If you don't have them, come on down to the chat and tell us what that's like, ladies and gentlemen. We'd love to hear about it. Also, nobody here is stalking anybody, don't you worry. We're just all cool, so we like hanging out in the cool same places. So, um, yeah, smoke break. Thank you, Grandma Rita. Good point. Oh my gosh. Okay. So let's go ahead. Let's get some court rolling here. We're going to start with the older video that we have seen, some of us have seen already, and we'll see how that goes. It is a TPO hearing, and we'll see what happens. And then we have, okay. You guys, I've told you so many times, do not admit your crimes on the internet. That is one of our main rules. You don't write them down. You don't admit them on the internet. So if you're stalking somebody, you don't take the bait. I love you guys so much. Oh, seriously. Okay. Let's go ahead and start some court. Come on, Paige, do your work. Also, I'm wearing hold on, we're going back to it. My eyeliner today is way different, a little bit different than normal, but I'm wearing a lot of, oh, here, um, mascara, yes. Less eyeliner, more mascara. It's very flashback to like when I first used to do makeup, except I would never have done these when I first did makeup. Still scared of those, to be honest. So I like it though. Looks pretty good. Although this lighting, oh, see, there's our good lighting point, right? But I can't reach the computer and I don't have my mouse. It's a problem. So that's on the agenda. But seriously, that is the really good lighting right there. Damn it. Okay. I'm gonna mark this. X marks the spot or something. Um No, Sashina, I love it. Everything I say should be a command. I'm a queen. You know that? Okay, guys, let's get going. If you're new here, make sure you subscribe to this channel. It's cool. I promise you, it's pretty damn cool. Okay. Ba, ba, ba. Oh, yeah. Here we go. I need a TPO, and I believe in the Constitution. Paisley is in Paisley tonight, Grim. Thank you for noticing. This is one of my favorite dresses. It it is a fucking soldier, this dress. It is made out of a material that you can scrunch up in a suitcase in a ball and throw up on and then wash and dry and it's a-okay. Bruce Davis, welcome. You're having baked chicken corn. Those three words confuse me, and I'm not sure how you're doing that. Are you baking the corn with again, questions. But I'm often perplexed at American things. I know that from personal experience, Hector. Yes, scrunching it up and throwing up on it. Yes, I do. This dress is old, just like me. But yes, thank you guys. It is, I really like it. It reminds me of like sushi. It's not too long either. It's sort of short, but it reminds me of like sushi, which I sort of like. So they do have brie in Ohio. Okay, Beverly. Good to know. Good to know. Also, hello, Mayor. I hope they didn't make you do too much rollback stuff today at work. Grim. We'll see. Oh, we will see. Okay, let's hit play, Pace. Come on.
So this will be case 23-185. And Ms. Dowell, Mr. Baugh, you two can go ahead and turn on your sound.
Hello.
There we go.
Hello. Okay. I remember this now more as we watch it, and I'm glad we're going to get to watch this. Once again, guys, if you're new here, this is a TPO hearing. TPO stand for temporary protective orders. They go through a bit of a different, unique legal process than a lot of other things. So because protection is the name of the game. Oftentimes, a protection order is issued on a what they call ex parte or interim basis. Ex parte meaning without the other party. So that means that the petitioner met with a judge or another judicial officer, and in the interim period, they issued this temporary protective order until this hearing right here could be held. And from here, we decide if the real TPO is important. Some of you that watched the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial will remember when Johnny Depp's lawyers made a really big deal about the fact that Amber Heard was able to get an ex parte TPO, but it never went any further than that. And that's really important in this case. The first hearing to get an ex parte TPO is not as robust as these hearings, obviously, because the other party's not there to defend themselves. So also, if you're wondering, I am going to be barbecuing just outside those doors later tonight, but we are going to watch the court first. So buckle up, let's get ready, and let's go. And it's a hex parte. I like that, Graham. If you're a witch, it's a hex parte.
We go. Okay, and so I see from my records here that you were.
Oh, last thing. T-Rex, welcome. I just told everybody this dress is a great dress because it's scrunchable and you could throw up on it and it's a-okay. I'm not a liar, am I?
You were served notice at today's hearing and a copy of the petition that Miss Mackey filed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm going to verify with you as well that there was nothing filed in response. I didn't see that you two filed any documents or papers of your own.
Oh, I have quite a few threads of emails that had been forwarded. I did double check that they were on the file, and I did see them on there with our case number. But I did have quite a few threads between our property manager and us, just going over previous issues, pretty in detail on each issue,
So
actually.
Were those filed by you?
Yes, they were. And then I also
my exhibits are kind of not particularly well organized here. So
yeah, I have all the exhibit names, and then for the 2 videos and a couple photos that I have, I also have those names written here. So if it's easier to do it by search, I can just give you those directly.
yeah, just hold on one second here.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes, okay, I did get it. I was looking in the wrong place. That was my fault. No, I did see those. There are a couple of videos and some other things. Yeah, I did see those. Okay, didn't mean to scare you there. I did get what you filed.
Thank you.
All right, and then also, of course, Miss Mackey, I have the information that you filed as well. Okay, now I've read, as I said, I read, except for what was just filed this morning, I have read and seen everything that was filed in this case. So I have a good overview, Miss Mackey, of what you're claiming that Ms. Dowell and Mr. Baugh have done.
And I did want to say there is commentary on the information.
Yeah. Buckle up, guys. This one is fucking good. Also, second thing I'm going to say, if you're just getting here, clock in for your shift, hit the like button. Make sure you're fucking subscribed to the channel. It's very helpful. It's fucking free. Do it. Third, this courtroom reviews evidence first and doesn't share it with us all the time. So just be prepared for that. But don't worry. There's going to be some fireworks in this case for sure.
That was given to you in court just now.
This?
Yes, in relation to the claims that that are being presented to you as quote unquote evidence. There was never any verbal interaction between myself and the respondents.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of stop you right there.
Okay.
I
just want to make sure that
right at this point, what I'm doing is just making sure that everybody knows kind of what's already been done up to this point in the case, what's available for everybody to review and to prepare. And then
Hold on. Lisa Figalicious, did you just say that the judge has come fuck me eyes? I get accused of that sometimes, but I don't know about the judge. You think the judge has come fuck me eyes? Okay. Okay. Okay.
in a moment here, we're going to kind of enter a little bit the more formal part of this, where I'm going to swear the parties in.
And of course, my come fuck me eyes are for all of you. Don't forget to check out the link tree that's pinned at the top of the chat for the 18 plus links.
I'm going to hear from both sides and make a decision about this order that's been petitioned for, taking into account, everything that you've already filed and everything that you tell me today. So I'm going to kind of orient you to how I'm going to do this. Okay, this is for both of you. First of all, I'm prefacing this by saying that I am familiar with the situation as you've presented it to the court from both sides. So all the documents you filed, there were also videos and some other things, emails. I have reviewed all those, and I am familiar with what you're claiming and what your response is. I'm going to swear you both in, and then the way this will go is, Ms. Mackey, you're the petitioner in this case, and I'm going to let you go first, and I'm going to let you tell me why it is that you think that the court should grant or extend the anti-harassment order. You'll get an uninterrupted chance to tell me your side of it. And then once you've done that, once you've finished with that, then it'll be Ms. Dowell and Mr. Baugh's turn. Same thing. You'll both tell me your side of it, your response, anything that you think I need to know. And then after I've heard from each of you, I'll make a decision about whether the order gets granted. And I want all of you to understand that I apply the preponderance of the evidence standards. So in this case, Ms. Mackey, you're the petitioner, you have the burden to show by preponderance of the evidence, and that means the greater weight of the evidence, that you're entitled to the order that you're asking the court to issue. So when I
request the paperwork as notes, because I only have one copy.
I'm sorry, are you requesting
the paperwork that I just gave to you?
This?
Yeah, because that's my only copy.
This is the only one you had?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I need that.
Yes, I will do that. I'll have the clerk make a copy, and then you can have that in your hand. So during the time that we're doing this, I'm going to ask both Ms. Dowell and Mr. Baugh to just not interrupt Ms. Mackey when she tells her side of things. And then Ms. Mackey, same thing, when they tell their side of things, don't interrupt them. Thank you. And then that way I'll be able to hear, both of you and be able to make a decision based on what you tell me.
Can I request that the respondents go show their evidence first?
No, that wouldn't be the right procedure. Those are yours, by the way. No, you'll need to go first. But again, and so we're going to get started with this. So can I have all three of you please raise your right hands? And do each of you swear that the testimony that you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody?
I do.
All right, thank you.
I didn't know if you
Good.
wanted.
Okay, so Ms. Mackey, you get to go first and tell me why you believe the court should issue this order. And while you're doing that, just do keep in mind that like I said, I've read your petition. I'm familiar with those circumstances. I'll tell you if it's too long. Okay.
All right. Since 2020, I have endured continual and now increasingly malicious noise harassment, vandalism, damage to property, and threats of harm from the respondents. This behavior has increased and escalated in frequency and severity after police were called and after being served. The respondents have increased their hate crime, harassment, and threat.
Okay, so not to be a stickler, and I know that these hearings are a little different, But she's reading off a piece of paper, and that's not what the intention is when somebody testifies in court. They're to be testifying from their own memory. They can refresh their memory with materials, but they really shouldn't be reading a written statement. You're going to notice a few things in this hearing are a little different than normal, and I think it's mostly because of the petitioner, the lady who's reading right now. I don't even know how to put it. I'll just say that. Also, Lisa, that's an interesting last name, comes at night. Two teeth, that's I used to input accident reports that were handwritten from bus drivers all the time. That was my main job, one of my many main jobs. And we paid everybody 30 minutes to fill out their accident reports. So some people figured out, man, I can bump my paycheck up to overtime every week if I fill out enough accident reports. So I got real sticky about the accident reports and what I required in them from certain people. Because I'm a bitch like that.
Threatening behavior after being served. I am requesting the court extend my protection order and have the respondents evicted from the entire Westlake apartment property.
What? Okay, we got to go back. Again, I think we need to give this we got to re-listen to this. Also, hi, Chris L. Thank you so much for being here. She's asking a lot, okay? Judges don't evict people unless you're in dispossessory court where they are evicting people. A judge is not going to, they may be able to put in a restraining order or a temporary protective order, but it's not going to evict these people. I think that's a little bit far-fetched and misguided, if you will. Reminder, clock in for your shift. There's 30 people here now. If I go and look and there's not 30 likes, I'm gonna be pretty disappointed. So don't make me disappointed. Chris, thank you for being here. You know, I've disappeared. All the links are linked up at the link tree on the upper of the chat. There's lots of fun things in there. KCC 1.0, the old channel, 2.0, the new channel, all the good stuff. So let me check my phone. I'm about to check. I'm giving y'all a warning right now. Go like the video because I'm going to check in like 3 minutes, in like 30 seconds, actually.
And escalated in frequency and severity after police were called and after being served. The respondents have increased their hate crime, harassment, and threatening behavior after being served. I am requesting the court extend my protection order and have the respondents evicted from the entire Westlake apartment property for my safety. I have had to flee to a DVD shelter outside.
Okay, I would like to point out something that just happened. And I'm not going to do this to anybody, but I want y'all to know I can now. What does that say? New timeout lengths. You can now put people in timeout for different lengths, ranging from 10 seconds to 24 hours.
The area due to the increased and in malicious, loud, and threatening behavior by the respondents after being served. They have evaded police several times to avoid being served. They have continued harassment and threats after police called numerous times. They have now increased their violent noise harassment relentlessly during the day and throughout the night. The damage has included inducing trauma from the relentless, severe, and violent noise, hate crime, vandalism, and threats to harm. These threats have included, quote unquote, I will bash your head in if I see you on your bike, quote unquote, fuck you, fucking bitch, I'm going to fuck you up, and quote unquote, I'm going to bang your head. The apartment, as of right now, is completely uninhabitable due to their increase and violent, threatening behavior.
Hold on. We're gonna have to back that up and just re-listen to that again. I like when she says everything quote unquote, but also, yeah, this is filthy talk. You guys know that turns me on, so we're gonna listen again.
On your bike, quote, and head threats have included, quote unquote, I will bash your head in if I see you on your bike, quote unquote, fuck you, fucking bitch, I'm going to fuck you up, and quote unquote, I'm going to bang your head. The apartment, as of right now, is completely uninhabitable.
I believe she means uninhabitable, and I believe she's exaggerating.
Due to their increase in violent, threatening behavior. This behavior includes kicking my door, banging on the outside of my apartment wall in the middle of the night, damage to the ceiling, cracks and water leaking from the roof, from stomping the floor and walls. This is damage that hasn't.
Okay, come on. William, welcome. Her face is what we all sort of feel right now. This woman is making some incredible allegations to the point where I'm going to check first and see if my downstairs neighbor is home before I do my stomping routine. But let me just say this. I don't think it's feasible for your upstairs neighbors to stomp and create ceiling leaks. That sounds like a structural problem with your apartment, doesn't it? This is so fucking nuts. No, don't time them all out. You can if you want. I mean, I don't care. We know that I don't time people out here and I don't ban people. So the modding on this channel is very different than on other channels. You need to add random shit to the commands to be weird, and you need to not nuke trolls. It's such an opposite of what you weren't banned from here, William. You fucking weren't. You just weren't. Maybe Holly got into your account and fucking banned something, but we don't ban you. Don't worry about it. Believe me, the trolls were here. You think if we're going to ban somebody, we're going to ban you over the trolls? No.
That to my apartment, the ceiling and the bathroom and the living room right now has cracks in it. Making unprovoked comments in bedroom windows several.
Deborah Baker's here. Holy fuck. Okay, the other day I asked a question and I said, when Deborah Baker arrives, I need to ask her that question. God damn it, what was it? Oh my god. Deborah Baker. The question was, when is it a federal law that when a TPO is issued by a state that you can't purchase firearms? Because we've heard people, especially in Georgia, like judges who say like, and due to federal regulations, you cannot purchase or possess a firearm for the duration of this order. But then recently we were listening to a case where the gentleman was actually appealing the TPO order because he had gone to purchase a firearm and had been flagged, and he thought that flag was due to the temporary protective order. But the judge, perplexed, and this was in Washington State, looked at the order and then and said, I didn't tick that box. And so it was confusing to me, like, is it a box that you tick where you choose if the weapons restriction is in place, or is it actually different for each province? I said province, state, each state, you know? Also, Charlene, welcome. Thank you for being here. Dana M, thank you for being here. Who else just arrived? Iowa, late, liked listening. Love you. Thank you so much. Another channel linked on mine, guys. Iowa Critter Cam. I stop in there almost every single morning. I say hello. I check out the critters. Anyways, Deborah, if you know about that, oh, whatever you want, that's right. I saw you there. You remember that case. It's generally different in each jurisdiction. That's so intriguing to me, Deborah, because we hear Judge Woke in Georgia say that all the time. Due to federal law, you're not allowed to do. So I don't know. If you're just joining us, please go ahead, clock in for your shift, hit the like button, make sure you sub to the new channel, and enjoy this.
Times a day. This is in reference to their quote unquote evidence. This was done completely unprovoked. I'm inside my home. He's outside, coming outside several times to make comments through my window. He's making the comments. I am not making any comments at all. I'm inside my home. These comments are unprovoked and malicious in content, making felony harassment threats to seriously harm when me entering or leaving the house on my bike. When I say felony harassment.
Okay, also, how many times has she mentioned her bike now? This is such a West Coast thing. This happens where I live too. People are like, I was on my bike because I don't drive and use fossil fuels. I have a bike. And I'm like, yeah, I fucking ride the bus sometimes too. That doesn't make you special. Like, fucking weird.
Harassment threats. I am referring to the threats of immediate harm done completely unprovoked when I'm leaving and entering, when I'm leaving my house on my bike. Blocking the doorway.
Another bike mention. Another bike mention.
And parking right in front of my door to harass and frighten and intimidate. This was done both before and after being served. He continued, both parties, the respondents continued to park right in front of my door. Increasing in frequency and severity of brazen threats, noise harassment, and relentless violent behavior. This behavior not only continued, but it actually increased in severity, and this is why I'm not able to be there. They were court ordered to not be on the property after.
No, they weren't, ma'am. No, they weren't. Mikey, thank you for being here. This one is fun. We've done it. We did it before on KCC 1.0. We're doing it now again on this. We're trying to figure out how many times she's mentioning bikes, to be honest, as her humble brag. Okay, Graham, person subject to a oh yeah. Okay. So Deborah Baker, we looked into it. I think Grim was there too. We were looking into it, and persons subject to a qualifying protection order under federal law are generally prohibited from possessing any firearm or ammunition or in or affecting commerce or shipping or transporting any firearm. But what we found was that the rule was actually you can't sell to somebody with a active TPO. So my thought was that instead of prohibiting people federally from possessing them if they have a TPO, is it that they prohibit the sale of them to people with them? Again, I know these are like little nuances of the law, but this is pretty important to, different people. What I found very interesting was that the gentleman who had this TPO against him, according to the judge, there was no prohibition on him purchasing a firearm, yet the store didn't want him to. They said the database told him. But the judge said, you're good. So that was confusing to me.
These threats.
Also, Jonathan, experiment the new command. Sometimes experimenting on friends is the best. I like it.
Were made in addition to the
Also, Sashina, what color are squirrels on our island? We have both black squirrels, red squirrels, and gray squirrels.
Harassment, and they continued to remain there. And so I am happy to leave for my safety. which I'm asking the court to take into consideration, because right now I'm paying to live in an apartment that's completely inhabitable. I cannot be there. I'm asking the court to please.
Again, she means not inhabitable, because that would mean she could fucking live there. Black squirrels are fucking assholes, Sashina. I have a video of a black squirrel attacking me with plums from my tree in the backyard. They threw 7 plums at me, and I was underneath a like metal shed. Fucking nuts.
Extend my protection order and have the respondent evicted and removed from the property for my safety. And I'm asking this after dealing with this since 2020. They've had numerous chances. They've had numerous very lenient, both law enforcement, property owners, and myself have been very lenient. I opt not to call the police the last time before leaving the apartment.
What not?
I opt
Yeah,
not
not.
to call the police and have them arrested so they could be here to present their side of the story, because I believe in the Constitution. I believe in constitutional rights. I believe
Ma'am,
my
what?
rights
Hold on.
and everybody else should have their rights to be heard. Thank you.
And then, Mr. Baugh and Ms. Dell, I guess you,
How many times can I hit pause before it fucking doesn't pause? Okay, so Deborah, what'd you say? It's confusing because really the federal law has less teeth, so that's why it's jurisdictional. If the state doesn't have the same law or stricter, then it's going to lead to discretion on the seller. Okay, so that to me is very understandable. If when I was first thinking about this and I thought, oh, why wouldn't a federal law trump a local law? And then I thought of local marijuana laws and I was like, oh, well, you probably shouldn't say that at all because we know how that goes. So, anyways, did she just say, let's go back here just a teensy bit. I believe she just said she believes in the Constitution and everybody else's rights. Did we skip over that part or?
I believe in the Constitution. I believe in constitutional rights. I believe my rights and everybody else should have their rights to be heard. Thank you.
and then, Mr. Baugh and Ms. Dell, I guess you can choose between yourselves who goes first, and then I'll hear from the other afterwards.
I can go for it. This is the same story, same thing, basically, same story.
Yeah, okay, so we have multiple pieces of information. As I got the paper on Sunday.
Sorry, I didn't realize my phone's still on too. Okay. These people seem really cool as well. As we get to listen to them, they actually seem really cool. Heather, welcome. Thanks for joining the Discord, by the way, Heather. Love it. The judge is amused. Also, we're going to get an interruption soon from the judge when Miss Mackey interrupts. That is the petitioner in this case. I know, I apologize, Heather. Sometimes I'm busy doing other things and I'm not paying attention, which I should be, I apologize.
Sunday evening, and I wasn't able to get the police record, the phone call record, but I did submit that. So if we are maybe wanting that as a key piece of information, we can maybe push it out. I don't know how we would do that. I'm not familiar with this stuff, but we have called the police multiple times between us. We've had our property manager as well as our right next door upstairs neighbors out there multiple times. And all 3 of us have actually had to call the cops together and separately on multiple occasions due to noise disturbances. We also had one incident where there was just screaming very, very loudly. We were all standing out there.
Maybe she was having a good time. I mean, sometimes screaming is people's thing. That's their kink. Exclamation mark pink in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. No, seriously. I get a good vibe from these people. I don't know why. But please remember that if you say Bebe, you have to do exclamation mark Bebe, and we all owe Mikey money. So.
We all called the cops together, and
Not
nobody
Everything they're
door.
saying
Hold on.
is not
Just
true.
hang on for a second, Ms. Dowell, okay?
Blatantly not true.
Ms. Mackey, please, I said at the beginning to don't interrupt each other, and I'm gonna
Very,
just do
very
this, I'm
clear
gonna
right
just do
now
this one reminder that
That the
there,
information
there
is
can't be any interruptions. Ms. Mackey, it's important that you don't interrupt people because that's not how court works, okay? Court works by people talking one at a time, and if you interrupt each other, it makes it impossible to understand what's going on, okay? So just like good manners, we don't interrupt each other in court, okay?
what they're saying is untrue.
Okay, I understand that, but keep in mind.
I mean, I guess when you don't have a pause button, you can't interrupt people in court. But lucky for me, I have a pause button, so I can interrupt people in court. Simon J, I think I agree. She is the problem, not them. She's giving me very high Karen vibes and not reverse Karen vibes either. Full on Karen. Colin, thank you for being here. Your girl beat you here. Heather's already here, but thank you for being here. Make sure you've clocked in for your shift. Hit the like button. This is, like I said, this is unusual. How often? I know, I love it. I don't think she has cognitive disorders, Deborah. I would honestly hazard a guess at high functioning autism. And not to be rude to anybody that has that, but I'm getting misunderstanding of social cues. And I do know a few people that have Asperger's or high functioning autism, and it is a bit of a hallmark to not necessarily understand everything that's going on, the subtext, if you will, surrounding these cases. And it's interesting where these two who are sitting at the bottom and they're okay, that's a cognitive disorder, then I'm wrong. And then you're right, Deborah. Sorry. I have ADHD too, so maybe I have a cognitive disorder already. Also, it's almost been, well, been 44 minutes. Y'all could take your medication. It might be a bit early, but yeah, she probably does have some sort of cognitive dissonance or disorder. But again, but I don't think she means poorly. I think this is exactly what a judge's role is to make sure that these things don't go too far. I know people with Asperger's, Grim. I'm not trying to be rude about it. I promise. Y'all know me.
Mind that I heard your side, I'm gonna hear their side, and that's how it works. Everybody gets to tell their side. You don't get to interrupt each other while you're doing that, okay? Like I said, that just makes it impossible to do this correctly. So even though you believe they're telling me things that aren't true, I'm gonna ask you to hold your peace because remember, I already heard your side, right? Okay, so Ms. Dowell, go ahead.
Thank you. And then if you are wanting more information or evidence on that, I am actually looking into getting the actual phone call from that night because that was my main goal, was to actually get that phone call so that you could hear the apartment manager actually stating what was going on. She was the one who was talking at first. But then, so I have kind of a timeline written out that just kind of shows basically the events that have gone down. So we moved into Westlake's apartments in October of 2019. Our first complaint was actually on August 10th, 2020, and it just went on from there and has escalated as we have been the ones who have been harassed. Our first incident where I was actually harassed myself, it wasn't as much including Mustafa, it was actually more just me. We were going hiking one morning, and this is actually went over in the email, and as you can see in the email, it has the dates, so they are from the exact time that it happened because my property manager wanted me to have a record. Probably for this reason. But we were going hiking and we were loading the car up, and I went out to the car on my own. And I was just loading the stuff up, and she come out to the door and held the door open and hid it into a different car and was really, really intimidating me until Mustafa came out and saved me and sent me upstairs. Thank goodness, because I was shaking. I was so scared, and I have been afraid in this apartment ever since. We have been avoiding all type of contact with her ever since that incident had happened. We just have a 1-year-old right now. We have a baby, so any type of noise, unfortunately, would be related to the baby. And we do try to keep it as quiet as possible because she's sleeping most of the time. During the daytime, from 9 to 7 o'clock, Mustafa, he's worked full time the entire time we've lived here. I worked full time for most of the time, until, getting close to the birth. So we've mostly been gone during the daytime. And then, so we're here every single night, but we're gone during the day. So noise during the daytime has never made any sense to us, but we have been, receiving information about that. I have images and videos, that I have put in the file that include her stalking and watching us as we're coming in and out of our apartment with our baby also, in arms. So we have her videoing us and our child. And relating to the parking, we actually do not get to. I'm sorry, what was that?
No, go ahead, Ms. Dow.
Relating to the parking, we do not have assigned parking here. We do not get to choose where we park. We don't have an undercover parking because that does cost an extra fee that we don't pay. So we get to park wherever there's any open spots. And unfortunately, her unit is directly below ours, which makes the walkway within the same couple feet. So,
right
and her
there.
window is literally completely kitty corner top and bottom to ours. So there's no way that we can park anywhere else. We have very limited parking. A lot of the time we actually have to park on the other side because there's so little parking and so many people in this area. We do not have a say if we get to park at all. It's just where we go. But we also have multiple police records of us making phone calls just for regular noise complaints, which I'm trying to get a hold of at the moment. We have never had the police called on us besides this being served. And I was trying to see if I could get any records of that. I'm not super familiar with the situation with how this stuff goes, but we have never had any like noise complaints here or anything. We have had one issue with Mary discussing noise, and we invited her in. She came in and listened to our noise, cleared everything that we were doing, and that was the only time we've ever had any issues.
Ms. Dell, can I have you just hold on for 1 second here?
Yes.
Ms. Becky, you appear to be struggling to follow the rules. Okay. And I've reminded you a couple of times and you did it again. And I'm trying to listen to what Ms. Dowell is telling me the same way I listen to what you're telling me. So what I'm going to do here, because this may be a situation where emotions are hard to control. So Ms. Dowell, Mr. Baugh, I want you to hear this too. I'm going to take a break here. All right. I'm going to take 5 minutes, and then Ms. Mackey, I want you to spend those 5 minutes kind of getting yourself in the frame of mind to do a court hearing.
Okay, guys, tell me the number of times that you've ever seen a court hearing take a break in the middle for somebody to go and collect themselves. Do I wish we were watching what she's doing right now? Yes, of course I do. Am I just thankful for what we get? Yes, I am. But seriously, she got a timeout. That's right. She literally got a fucking timeout. I love it. Okay, let's keep going.
Hearing, which means, you got to focus, you got to follow the rules, and you can't interrupt people. Okay. Then after that 5 minutes, we'll come back and then we'll let Ms. Dowell finish up and then I'll make a decision. Okay. But I think it's going to be best if you just take a breath, maybe go outside and get a couple breaths of fresh air and then come back in here and we'll finish up. Okay. So we'll be at recess for the next 5 minutes.
Okay. Yes, sir.
And I know that ended up being a little longer than the 5 minutes I said, but I ended up.
That's what she said. That was a little longer than 5 minutes, babe. But thank you. I really love it.
With a distracting phone call. So I apologize for that. Right. But we will pick up where we left off. Ms. Dowell and Mr. Baugh, are you two ready to resume where we left?
Yeah, Dana, I actually think it may have been on my channel first, then Credence and Mikey did it because they go in the daytime, I go in the nighttime. And then But the version that I have here is one that I took from my old channel, KCC 1.0. So, but yeah, absolutely. We have seen this before. And I'll just point this out there for any of the law channels out there. I actually think it's really cool that we all cover the same the same cases, and we bring different perspectives to them. Not only that, but I guarantee if we watched the original time, I've probably done this case 3 times now. I probably did it live. I made it into a video, and I'm doing it now. And I bet if we watched each time, I'll have different commentary each of it because I can't remember what I said.
We left off?
Yes, we are. Let me just get
Okay,
back
go
to
ahead.
All right. So a few things I just took note of. So the leaks, the cracks and damage and such in the bathroom area. I wanted to address that real quick. So
Mhm.
our apartment manager is very aware of the situation that has caused damage in that area. There was a leak in our bathroom. One of the connector pieces got worn and had completely come off. Mary actually came over and tried to help and made it worse and actually had it spewing out. That was her that accidentally did that. And then we had to get one of the maintenance fellas to come over and help us. So she's very well aware of that. That was actually her doing more than us, as well as the faulty pieces under the sink. So that is, she's very aware of that. That is definitely not due to any type of banging. We have experienced intense banging.
Tell me more about the intense banging that you've experienced because I'm a dirty slut and I want to hear all about it.
As the faulty pieces under the sink. So that is, she's very aware of that. That is definitely not due to any type of banging. We have experienced intense banging over the whole time we've lived here. Not due to us. Most of the time when we hear that, we message with our neighbors. We're friends with our neighbors next door, and they've had ongoing issues with her as well. But they are also very well aware. We're trying to get statements, but everybody around here works. We had short time. We have a kid, so it's been hard to get everything all in order in a timely manner. But we can get statements from them as well. Just going over their issues and such, and their experiences with her. And they've called the police multiple times for wellness checks for sound complaints. So that's another issue that they've had as well. And then.
Welcome back, Deborah. You know the dirty talk is right here where it's always going to be. And of course, Credence and Mikey is in the chat right now. I should be so privileged. Thank you. But seriously, I've never understood this whole you're doing the same case that I am. Yeah, you want to look at the true crime genre and all the murderers. Okay? People don't create new murderers because they want to do videos about them. They fucking have a different perspective on it. So it's never made any sense to me whatsoever, this whole only one channel can do a case. No, of course not. And YouTube Daddy should know that too. But YouTube Daddy is a fickle master. Also, Deborah, thank you so much for coming back and being here and enjoying our dirty talk. We are not for everybody, I'll say that. I love all the offended messages I get sometimes, but it doesn't outweigh me enjoying spending dirty, nasty time with y'all. And Denali Mike is here for the cooking, which now happens once every, I don't know, yesterday or the other day, it took me 6 hours, 6 hours to make enchiladas. Oh, I get so distracted. Especially when there's not people waiting for the food and I'm cooking it to be eaten later. Oh, it'll take a long time. Was it 7 hours? It was 7.
And the videos and photos that I have are not all of the evidence, but that is just all that I have at the moment because I did get a new phone and not all of my images were saved onto the iCloud. And so I have only that limited stuff, but there has been multiple more encounters that I have gone over in the emails kind of.
Even when she says encounters, my brain just thinks of casual encounters on the internet, and it's ooh, tell me about the encounters that you had. And then my brain's You're a dumbass. These are regular people in court with their they're not talking about it.
That kind of explain a little bit better and more what's going on. We've been very desperate about this situation. We didn't know what to do, and we have asked the cops for advice. We have asked our property manager for advice. You can hear or kind of understand the desperation in those emails. It kind of comes across, I feel. But the cops have come to her house multiple times, and we've asked them for advice, and no one's told us what we should do other than just try to avoid and ignore the situation and the noises. And that's basically what we've been doing, is just trying to focus on being parents, working, because of course, the economy is kind of, a lot right now. So we've just been trying to focus on, our lives and doing our thing. We didn't realize there was any type of order we could file to kind of deal with the issue. Otherwise, we would have done this back way before the baby even had come, because we've been dealing with this issue for a very long time. And there has been a verbal confrontation multiple times. It is like on multiple different occasions.
Yes. Yeah, and some of the banging, and there was a couple of times that she would bang. Some of the banging would get so severe that there was one time, honestly, I was scared for her. I thought there was someone down there beating her up and throwing her around. And then so I went down and I was knocking on her door like, "Hey, what's going on? Is someone okay?" And then, I heard her yelling, get the F away from my door. I'm like, oh, okay. So that was,
yeah. And she has called us the B word. She has said F you guys, F you all, and F you too on multiple occasions to us, using very vulgar language, saying this is America, saying she was going to put a curse. Like, it's been very strange stuff that's going on. And our property manager wasn't comfortable to make a statement. She didn't want to get super involved, but she is willing to, if you need to call for any factual information on actual events, actual timeline, she's available for that. But she just didn't want to release an emotional statement because she didn't feel it was appropriate. But she does know about everything, and she's been involved the entire time, knows about everything in detail.
Yeah, I saw the emails.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you going over that. Most of that, or much of that, is information that was also in the exhibits and so forth. And I fully understand what your response is. And Ms. Mackey,
Yeah, Deborah, you're checking out the link tree because you're a great supporter of the channel. And maybe you want to see naughty stuff. I don't know. It's okay if you do. You can.
I also understand the allegations that you've made against Mr. Baugh and Ms. Dowell. Now, I got to, kind of start and preface this by saying that in a dispute like this, or, conflict like this between people who live in the same apartment complex or neighbors, the court doesn't have the authority to evict anybody. Don't have the authority to move people out.
Who said that earlier? I did. That's right. I fucking did. Because I fucking listen.
Of their homes, or restrict their ability to be in their homes. That's not within the jurisdiction of this court, and it's not within the powers that the court has under the anti-harassment law. Evictions and things like that are different. They're handled in superior court, and they're handled in a different way than this. So I'm taking that right off the table. That is not a possibility here for the court to do that. So what I do have to do is look at, what I've been told, what I've been shown in exhibits, and weigh all that up and determine whether there's been proof here of harassment. And I'm going to say, right at the start here, that I am not persuaded by a preponderance of the evidence that there's been harassment by Mr. Baugh and Ms. Dowell against Ms. Mackey. I can't find that based on the evidence that's been presented here today. It doesn't rise to the level of being strong enough to find by a preponderance of the evidence that harassment has occurred. Now, that isn't to say that I don't find that there's conflict here, or that there have been, some bad words exchanged and unattractive things said, and people have attributed each of you, I think, has attributed to the other some bad motives. And you clearly have tried in your own way to get these things addressed by talking to your property manager and also to law enforcement. But ultimately, you've landed here, in front of me. And I put you this way because I do need you to understand that these proceedings are limited. I don't just have unlimited authority to, resolve the conflict between the two of you. That isn't within the powers of the court. What I can do is what the law has given me the authority to do. But under that law, I do not believe that the proof is there, that it's sufficient in order to find that there's been that kind of harassment by Mr. Baugh and Ms. Dowell against you, Ms. Mackey. So as a result, I'm going to have to deny your order. And I would like to leave you with, I appreciate that the two of you, or the three of you, the two sides here, that you've attempted to resolve this in peaceful ways by going through your property manager, going through law enforcement, instead of confronting each other, instead of there being any violence. That's definitely preferable. Now, there isn't a resolution, obviously. I can't send you away from here with all your problems solved and make you good neighbors with each other, but I will encourage you to keep on handling this in a peaceful way between you. And hopefully, I hope that your property manager will be able to offer a little bit more in the way of, relief than maybe they have up to this point. Because as I said, the court just cannot solve your problem in the way I think you want it solved. So the bottom line here, Ms. Mackey, is unfortunately for you, your petition for the order is denied. And
First of all, that kid is super cute. Second of all, that is not just throuple tension, William. First of all, thruples shouldn't have much tension. That's actually a hallmark of a good throuple, would be without drama, to be honest with you. Like, I'm being serious. Also, I don't know if Mikey's still here or not, but was there not a second TPO hearing with this woman about something else? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure there was. But y'all know I'm not as good as the other court channels, so I don't know. But maybe we'll find out if there was. We are not done yet though. No, not even close. Although that was denied. We're moving on now to um our next part of this evening. No, you're not sure. Okay. Well, and again, I don't begrudge anybody for not being sure, because we all have, literally, I would bet Mikey has way more court than I do, and I have a lot of court. So, Denali, Mike, appreciate you saying that. Really helps. It's like when people say, "Hey, you sure clean up well, lady." It's like, thanks. I, I appreciate that. But when you say this is a great channel, that's really nice. I appreciate that. Um, a house for me in Myrtle Beach, Mike. I do love to travel. Courtney's gonna be there too. We're going on a cruise. Okay, let's make it a court crawl cruise where everybody can come. It'll be so much fun. Also, hi Crystal. How are you doing, babe? Missed you. Well, we saw you earlier yesterday, didn't we? I think we did. Um, I don't know about the channel, but the chat is fantabulous. Lisa, for fuck's sakes. Oh, Crystal. If you're fighting with the plunger, like, maybe don't touch your phone at the same time. I don't know. I don't even know. Holly ain't let you on a boat with any of us all, William. Is Holly around? Can we talk to Holly? I want to talk to Holly just without you. Because I think if Holly came on the cruise with us and you didn't, when you got back, Holly would be like inviting you on the next cruise with us all. Or she might say, you know what? William's a bit of a loser and I'm going to leave him at home. Seriously though, the next one we're going to right now, you guys, is Holly needs to come. Melanie, you spelt it wrong. It's CUM. and Holly needs that for sure. Prove me fucking wrong, William. Bring her on here and let her tell us when the last time she came was.
All right.
Oh my God, that's so inappropriate, Paisley. Just keep going.
All right. Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Judge Vigorito. I'm the magistrate judge this morning.
Biggerito. Hello, I'm Biggerito. Mayor, are you going to bed? Good night. William, I will not believe that until I'm on a video chat with Holly or I'm sitting in person at a bar on a cruise ship with Holly drinking to justice. Okay? Also, let's take a guess because nobody's going to tell us what's in the fridge. It's right here. You see it right there, that fridge. Okay, what is in that fridge? Is it medication? Is it food that nobody wants to eat? Like, what is in that fridge? There's a microwave on top of it, but it's perplexingly further back from the like edge than I would want it to be if I was putting my microwave up on top of the fridge. So I don't know what's in there. Sour cream for sure, Loud Elvis, at my house. William, you can say she ain't got no complaints all you want, but until I hear it from her mouth, that's all lip service. And let me tell you something. Lips, they don't do much down there. Tongues, yes. Lips, meh. Sour cream for sure. Loud Elvis, I've already admitted I fucking buy sour cream every time I go to a store just in case I need sour cream. You want me to suck your dick? Put some sour cream on it and I'll probably suck your dick. Actually, that's okay. Y'all know I love food and I love delicious food sometimes. And I've definitely sat at dinner with somebody before and been like, this is so good. And they're like, yeah, it is. And I'm like, what if I like took it, sort of rubbed it all over you, and I licked it off. And most of the time they get freaked out, which tells me right away, we done. We're not good. You're gonna want to have something licked off of you if you're gonna be with me.
Morning.
Buenos días, caballeros. Soy el juez Vigorito, soy el magistrado aquí esta mañana.
I'm not here to decide whether you're innocent or guilty. I'm just here to explain your charges, your rights, and your options on how to get out of jail.
No estoy
Okay, first of all, Deborah, if it's good guacamole, yeah, that's getting rubbed on people too. Steak sauce, yes. A great teriyaki sauce, yes. There's somebody at my door. I need to go check this out. What the fuck?
aquí para decidir si es inocente o culpable. Estoy aquí para explicarle los cargos que enfrenta, qué derechos tiene y cómo puede salir de la cárcel.
All of you are charged with some type of a criminal offense based on the sworn statement of a law enforcement officer.
Todos están acusados de un delito basado en una denuncia bajo juramento de un agente del orden público.
That officer is swearing to enough facts that would lead a reasonable person to believe that you committed a criminal offense.
Y este agente ha presentado suficientes hechos bajo juramento como para que una persona razonable crea que usted cometió este delito.
That doesn't mean you've been found guilty. You are presumed innocent unless proven guilty.
Esto no quiere decir que se le haya hallado culpable. Tiene usted la presunción de inocencia a menos de que se pueda probar culpable.
You'll have an opportunity to talk to a lawyer before making any decisions about how to handle your case.
Y va a tener la oportunidad de consultar con su abogado antes de tomar alguna decisión de cómo quiere lidiar con el cargo.
If you want a copy of the statement of the police officer that's being used as the basis for your charges, you can get that from your attorney or the clerk's office in the next few days.
Si quiere obtener una copia de la denuncia del agente en la cual se basan los cargos, estará disponible en los próximos días en la oficina del actuario del juzgado o la puede solicitar con su abogado.
Now, all of you are entitled to certain rights under the Constitution in any criminal case.
Ahora, todos ustedes tienen ciertos derechos constitucionales cuando enfrentan un delito.
I'm gonna go over your rights, then I'm gonna talk about your options on how to get out of jail. Then I'm gonna call you each up one by one and talk to you each about your individual situation.
Ahora voy a repasar con ustedes los derechos que tienen. Después las opciones que van a tener para salir de la cárcel. Y voy a llamarles uno por uno y hablar con cada uno de su situación en particular.
Once I call you up individually, if you have any questions, go ahead and ask. I'll do my best to answer your questions.
Y cuando le llame individualmente para hablar con usted, si tuviera cualquier pregunta, puede hacerla y haré lo mejor para contestársela.
And any criminal offense, you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to make any statements about your case.
Ante cualquier delito o cargo penal, tiene el derecho de guardar silencio. No está obligado a hacer ninguna declaración con respecto al cargo.
If you give up your right to remain silent, whatever you say can be used against you.
Si renuncia a su derecho de guardar silencio, cualquier declaración que haga puede usarse como prueba en su contra.
You have the right to hire a lawyer to represent you.
Tiene derecho de contratar abogado que lo represente a usted.
If you don't have the money to hire your own lawyer, you can request a court-appointed attorney.
Si no tiene dinero para contratar abogado particular, tiene derecho de solicitar que se le otorgue abogado de oficio.
If the police or the prosecutor want to talk to you about the facts of your case, you don't have to talk to them about it if you don't want to.
Si las autoridades o la fiscalía desea hablar con usted tocante a los hechos relacionados con el cargo, usted no está obligado a hablar con ellos si no desea hacerlo.
If you choose to talk to them, you can end the interview at any time.
Si decide hablar con ellos, puede terminar con esa entrevista en el momento que desee.
And you have the right to have a lawyer present during any discussion with the police or prosecutors about your case.
Y tiene derecho de tener a su abogado presente durante cualquier discusión que se realizara ante las autoridades o la fiscalía relacionado con el cargo.
You also have a right to a reasonable amount of time to talk with your lawyer before making any decisions about your case.
También tiene derecho a un plazo de tiempo razonable para consultar con su abogado antes de tomar alguna decisión relacionada con su caso.
If you're charged with a felony, you have the right to request an examining trial.
Si le acusan de delito grave, tiene derecho de solicitar una audiencia indagatoria.
Beverly, what are you talking about? You got a DV situation going on your floor? Remember you had a situation a couple of weeks ago or a week ago with the police having to be called? Where do you live, girl? What state? Just tell me the state.
That's a preliminary hearing to argue that there's no probable cause, no reasonable basis to charge you with a crime.
Esto es una audiencia preliminar donde puede argumentar que no había motivo fundado o causa probable para haberle fincado este cargo en su contra.
You can talk with your lawyer about whether that option makes sense in your case.
Puede consultar con su abogado para ver si tiene sentido esta opción en su caso.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, you need to be aware that a conviction of a criminal offense can affect your immigration status, your right to be in this country, and your ability to become a naturalized citizen in the future.
Si no es usted ciudadano estadounidense, debe saber que si se le condenara de algún delito, puede afectar su estatus migratorio, su derecho de permanecer en el país y su capacidad de convertirse en ciudadano naturalizado en el futuro.
And lastly, if you're not from the United States, you do have the right to request that we contact the embassy of your home country and let them know that you're here.
Y por último, si no es usted de Estados Unidos, tiene derecho de solicitar que contactemos a la embajada de su país de origen para informarles que está aquí detenido.
Is there anybody here who's not from the United States and you want us to contact your home embassy?
¿Hay alguna persona presente aquí que no sea de Estados Unidos y desea pedir que contactemos a su embajada de su país?
Anybody?
¿Alguien?
No? All right. All right. I know you all want to get out of jail. If you're able to get out of jail, you need to make sure you show up for all your court dates.
¿No? Bien. Bueno, yo sé que todos quieren lograr salir de la cárcel, Si lograra salir de la cárcel, asegúrese de volver a comparecer a todas sus próximas citas en el juzgado.
If you don't, you'll be rearrested. It'll be a lot more difficult for you to get out of jail once you're back.
Porque si no lo hace, lo van a volver a arrestar y será más difícil que pueda volver a salir de nuevo.
So if you're able to get out of jail, don't throw away your paperwork. Pay attention to when you need to be at court.
Entonces, si logra salir bajo fianza, asegúrese de no botar los documentos que le entreguen cuando salga y que esté al tanto de cuándo tiene que comparecer a sus próximas citas.
There are 4 ways to get out of jail, and I'll explain each one of them.
Hay 4 formas para salir de la cárcel que voy a explicar cada una de ellas.
First way is to qualify for a personal bond.
La primera es que puede cualificar para una fianza de palabra de honor.
If you were to qualify for a personal bond, you'd be released for free based on your promise to come to all your court dates.
Si usted cualifica para la fianza de palabra de honor, puede ser liberado gratuitamente. Está basado en su promesa de que comparecerá a todas sus próximas citas en el juzgado.
You'd have a bond amount set, but you wouldn't have to pay any of the bond amount in order to get out of jail.
Sí le fijarían una cantidad de fianza, pero no hay necesidad de que pague esa cantidad para salir de la cárcel con la fianza de palabra de honor.
And as long as you show up for all your court dates, you'd never have to pay the bond amount.
Y con tal de que vuelva a comparecer a todas sus citas en el juzgado, nunca tendrá que pagar esa cantidad de fianza.
Now, personal bonds are offered in instances where the case is not too serious and where we have a reasonable certainty that you'll come to court when you're supposed to, and that you won't be a danger to others or society if we let you out of jail while your case is pending.
Ahora, la fianza de palabra de honor se les puede otorgar en aquellos instantes cuando su delito no es grave, hay certeza razonable de que comparecerá a todas sus citas en el juzgado como se le indique y no se
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I answered the door. It's fine. I knew who it was. I dealt with it. I was not expecting them. But no, Paisley pattern is not anything to worry. Or Paisley pattern is not psychoactive. You don't need to worry about me. Y'all know I can take care of myself. Y'all also know this door is not locked, right? Like, it's Canada. We don't lock the door. I don't lock the door at night. I don't lock the door during the day. We don't lock the door. Like, this door has been open for fucking ever, which is great because sometimes when the door is locked and I'm like, I can't get in the front door because I don't have my key, I just climb and get in the back. It's perfect.
cree que sí se le dejará en libertad mientras que tiene este cargo pendiente que vamos a poner en peligro a la sociedad o al público en general.
So we'll look at the facts of your case, your criminal record, your references, your history of coming to court in the past, and when I call your name, I'll let you know where you stand on a personal bond.
Entonces vamos a examinar los hechos relacionados con el cargo, sus antecedentes penales, sus referencias, su historial, si es que compareció previamente, si tuvo algún cargo previo, si compareció a todas sus citas en el juzgado, y cuando le llame por nombre, yo le haré saber cuál es el estatus de esta fianza para usted.
If you qualify, you'll be released in the next few hours.
Si cualifica, podrá ser liberado en las próximas horas.
If you don't qualify, you have 3 other ways to get out of jail.
Si no cualifica, tiene 3 formas adicionales para salir de la cárcel.
Those 3 ways are you can hire a bail bondsman, you can hire an attorney, or you can have someone come down to the jail with the full amount of the bond in cash.
Shh, Deborah. We're not talking about how many pounds ago it was, okay? I'll say this. I feel like a fucking idiot. I feel like an idiot. I got on the scale today. I don't know why. The scale's in the living room right by the fucking fireplace. And for some reason, just like you always do, you sort of like rest your hand on the fireplace or whatever. Oh, this is embarrassing. Okay, so I got on the scale and I was like, oh my God, wow. Holy shit. Look at you. You've lost like 10 pounds. You know what? Let's get us a real number here. Take off your clothes, take off your shoes, get on the scale naked. Let's see what you got, right? Well, I get on the scale naked and I stand like this with my hands beside myself. Gained 10 pounds. Very depressing, let me tell you. Very depressed. I'm standing there naked, like looking around, like where did all the pounds go? They're on the scale, Paisley. They're still on the scale.
Estas tres formas son las siguientes. Puede entonces contratar a una compañía afianzadora, podría contratar abogado o puede conseguir que alguien venga aquí a la cárcel y pague la cantidad de la fianza en su totalidad en efectivo.
Now, if you go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer, it's between you and them, how much they charge and what they can do for you.
Si contratara a una compañía afianzadora o a un abogado, entonces lo que ellos puedan hacer por usted y lo que le cobrarían es algo que lo van a negociar directamente con ellos.
I can tell you that in Travis County, most bail bond companies tend to charge around 10% of the bond amount as their fee to get you out.
Puedo decirle que en este condado de Travis, la mayoría de las compañías afianzadoras cobran el 10% del monto de la fianza como tarifa para salir.
So for example, if your bond amount's 5,000, bail bondsmen often charge you around 500 or more as their fee to get you out.
Por ejemplo, si tiene usted una fianza de $5,000, una compañía afianzadora suele ser que le podría cobrar entonces unos $500.
Lisa reamed on Mexican parent. Oh, well, we'll just say parents at a garage sale. They left their toddler on the driver's seat of their running car, Tyke hanging on the steering wheel. Aw, Deborah, thank you. But seriously, I literally drove my parents' car into our house once when I was a little kid. I don't know why they left me in the car. Okay, but they did. And our driveway was on a hill, and I just removed the e-brake, and the car went into the house.
O más como tarifa para salir.
You can also hire a lawyer. An attorney can come down here and try to convince me or one of the other judges to give you a personal bond that you weren't able to get on your own.
Como también puede contratar usted a un abogado que puede venir aquí para intentar convencerme a mí o al juez que esté de turno de que se le deba conceder la fianza de palabra de honor si es que no la pudo recibir por su cuenta.
A lawyer can advocate on your behalf based on the unique facts of your case and your situation and try to get you a personal bond.
El abogado podría abogar por usted a su favor, basado en los hechos únicos relacionados con su caso, de su situación en particular e intentarle conseguir esa fianza de palabra de honor.
If you don't have the money to hire your own lawyer, you can request a court-appointed lawyer, and your court-appointed lawyer can do the same thing and try to get you out of jail.
Ahora, si no tiene dinero para contratar abogado particular, puede solicitar que el juzgado le proporcione un abogado de oficio y ese abogado de oficio puede hacer lo mismo por usted, puede ayudarle a salir de la cárcel.
Last way to get out is to pay the full amount of the bond in cash.
Y la última forma para salir es que puede pagar la cantidad en su totalidad de la fianza en efectivo.
If someone comes down to the jail with the full amount of the bond, not 10%, but the full amount in cash, cashier's check, or money order, then you'll be released. And as long as you come to all your court dates at the end of your case, you'll get your money back.
Si logra conseguir que alguien venga aquí a la cárcel y pague la cantidad en su totalidad de la fianza, no el 10%, sino que toda la cantidad en efectivo o con cheque cajero o de giro, será liberado. Y si vuelve a comparecer a todas sus citas en el juzgado, cuando se termine de procesar su caso, se le puede reembolsar ese dinero.
So that's your 4 ways to get out of jail. Qualify for a personal bond, hire a bail bondsman, hire a lawyer, pay the full cash bond.
Esas son entonces las 4 formas que hay para salir de la cárcel: que cualifique para la fianza de palabra de honor, que contrate a una compañía fianzadora, que contrate abogado o que pague la cantidad de la fianza en efectivo y en su totalidad.
Regardless of which way you use, make sure you come to all your court dates or you will be rearrested.
De cualquier forma que usted logre salir bajo fianza, asegúrese de volver a comparecer a todas sus citas en el juzgado, porque si no lo hace, lo van a volver a arrestar.
All right, Old Bean, Soriano, Erazo.
Loud Elvis. Agreed. If you get bailed out cash, that is a humble brag, and an ultimate humble brag. One day, if, knock on wood, do you hear this? I hope you can hear that. That's my head. Anyways, it's loud in there. One day if I ever get arrested, y'all better bail me out. I need it. Okay? I want to be able to be like, no, I have a YouTube channel that has already said they will chip in to fucking bail me out. Seriously. Where's the sound? There's a really loud part. Where is it? Oh, is it here? No, I don't know where it is. I can't. Fucking idiot. They're like, we're not gonna, ma'am, we're not even gonna let them bail you out, okay? We're just worried about you. You just probably need to stay here for a little while. You've been really trying to like hit your head a lot, talking about everyone loving the sound of your head.
Olvin Soriano Errazo.
Mr. Soriano, you are charged with a Class B misdemeanor for driving while intoxicated.
Señor Serrano, se le acusa a usted de un delito menor de clasificación B por conducir en estado de ebriedad.
Your bond amount set at $2,500.
Su fianza se ha fijado en $2,500.
You also apparently
Also, there's very few people in here. Ooh, I just spit some. But there are very few people in here that have met me. There are some people in here that have met me. Do I wish this was an act? I sort of do. I literally wish that this was an act that I could turn on and off. It's not. This is who I am.
have a warrant out of Tennessee for an aggravated assault on a police officer charge.
Y aparentemente tiene también una orden de aprehensión del estado de Tennessee por un cargo de agresión calificado a un agente del orden público.
You'll be brought before a justice of the peace in the next couple of days to talk about what your options are on that case.
Ahora lo van a llevar ante un juez de justicia para dentro de un par de días para ver qué opciones tendría relacionados con ese caso.
You also have an immigration detainer on your case.
Ahora también en el cargo que usted tiene una orden de detención de las autoridades de migración.
Now, what that means is that if you do post bond, rather than being released from jail, you'll be transferred to the immigration authorities and they'll decide whether to deport.
Bye, Deborah. Thank you so much for being here. Love you, appreciate you, and your support. Come back anytime. I'm gonna be stateside. Is that what they call it? Stateside? I'm gonna be stateside by the end of this week. Oh, I'm so excited to be able to say that.
You or not.
Ahora, lo que esto significa es que si usted lograra poner la fianza, no se le dejaría en libertad, sino que lo trasladarían con las autoridades de migración y ellos van a decidir si lo van a deportar o no.
You're not going to get a personal bond.
No podrá recibir usted la fianza de palabra de honor.
So you need to either come up with the cash or go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer.
Entonces tendría que ya sea pagar la cantidad de la fianza en efectivo o va a tener que usar los servicios de una compañía fianzadora o de un abogado.
If you do that, you'll be transferred to immigration and you can avoid deportation if you can show the immigration authorities that you have a legal right to be in the country.
Ahora, si lo hace, entonces lo van a trasladar con migración y podría evitar que lo deporten si usted les puede mostrar a esas autoridades que tiene derecho legal de estar en el país.
If you're not legally here, you may still be able to avoid deportation in certain circumstances, but you would need to talk to an immigration lawyer to get further information on your options.
Ahora, si no está legalmente aquí, aún así pudiera evitar que lo deporten en ciertas circunstancias. Para esto tendría que consultar con un abogado de migración que pueda presentarle más informes y opciones que tendría.
You may want to hire a lawyer that practices both criminal and immigration law. There are a lot of lawyers that do both.
Ahora, podría ser que usted querrá contratar entonces un abogado que ejerce las dos tipos de derecho, ya sea derecho penal y derecho.
Ooh, Simon J, that sounds exciting. I think I'm going to Vegas in January, actually, for another event, but separate than that, definitely won't be an F1 race, and it's not in November, it's in January. Also, guys, thanks for being here. Make sure you've clocked in for your shift. We're having a great night. I hope you are too.
De migración.
Lastly, if someone pays the full $2,500 cash on this DWI charge, you'll be transferred to immigration, and you need to be aware that if you don't show for your court dates, you will lose that money, whether you're deported or not.
Ahora, sepa usted que si consigue que alguien pague los 2,500 de la fianza, lo van a trasladar con migración. Y se le advierte que si no vuelve a comparecer a sus citas, va a perder ese dinero, no importa si le hayan deportado o no.
Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Ahora usted dígame, ¿quiere solicitar que el juzgado le proporcione abogado de oficio o usted mismo quiere contratar abogado particular?
Yo no quiero,
Acérquese al micrófono, señor. ¿El de oficio o va a contratar uno?
yo oficio, pero no tengo dinero y no tengo familia acá, nomás no tengo mi dinero.
Okay, he wants a court-appointed attorney. He has no money and no family here.
Do you have any questions?
Okay, bueno, ¿alguna pregunta?
Entonces no podría salir entonces.
So then I guess I can't get out?
No, and you're gonna be brought before a justice of the peace in the next couple of days to deal with this warrant out of Tennessee as well.
No. Y lo van a llevar ante el juzgado dentro de un par de días para que usted pueda lidiar con la orden de aprehensión que viene del estado de Tennessee.
Now, once you find out what the bond amount is on that, if any, then you can postpone and get out of jail.
Ahora, cuando usted averigüe cuál va a ser la cantidad de fianza, si es que le van a fijar una fianza de ese caso, entonces puede poner la fianza para salir.
Either by paying the cash or going through a bail bondsman or a lawyer.
Y ya sea sería pagando toda esa cantidad de fianza o contratando a un fiancista o a un abogado.
However, instead of being released, if you do postpone, you'll be transferred to the immigration authorities.
Sin embargo, si usted lograra poner la fianza, no se le dejaría en libertad, aún así lo van a trasladar con migración.
Okay.
¿Ok?
¿Cuándo me llevaría a migración? ¿Hoy o mañana?
So when would immigration come for me? And then you said
Once
something
you-
I couldn't hear.
Once you either postpone on the cases or you resolve your cases here in Travis County. Once you do that, then immigration will be contacted to come pick you up.
Ok, eso sería cuando usted ponga la fianza de los cargos o se solucione los cargos que enfrenta aquí en el condado de Travis. Cuando eso suceda, entonces nosotros nos pondríamos en contacto con las autoridades de inmigración y luego ellos vendrían acá por usted para llevárselo.
Okay.
¿Ok?
All right. Good luck.
Ok, buena suerte.
Is there any other Spanish speakers, Catalina?
Your Honor, I was given 2 more names.
Okay.
Narciso Garcia and de Jesus Ramos Perez. I don't know if they're in there with this group.
De Jesus Ramos Pintos. Let's see. Yes, got it. All right.
Okay.
William de Jesus Perez Ramos.
William de Jesús Ramos Pérez.
What a childish thing to say that somebody would be locked in a porta potty and shaken. Wow. I think only a 12-year-old might think of that. I'm positive only a 12-year-old might think of that.
Felony unauthorized use of a motor vehicle.
Señor Pérez, a usted se le acusa de un delito de cárcel estatal por uso no autorizado de un vehículo motorizado.
Your bond amount set at $7,500.
Su fianza se ha fijado en 7,500.
First of all, Boo, if you wanted to be an adult, you would spell literally right. But you didn't. Why don't you look that up first and then come back and tell us how much of an adult you are?
$500.
You're not going to get a personal bond. You're going to need to go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer or come up with the cash to get out.
No podrá recibir una fianza de palabra de honor. Entonces, para salir, tendría que contratar a un fiancista, a un abogado o pagar la fianza en efectivo.
If a bail bondsman is willing to do it for 10%, that'd be around $750.
Si usted consigue que una compañía fianzadora le cobre el 10%, entonces serían unos $750.
Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
¿Usted quiere solicitar el abogado de oficio o usted mismo va a contratar abogado?
Quiero el fiancista.
Perdón, ¿el abogado de oficio o de la corte o usted va a contratar abogado?
Yo creo que me conviene iba a contratar un abogado. Pero
¿Usted va a tratar de conseguir abogado, señor? Dice.
quisiera tratar de no puedo conseguirlo hoy mismo, pero no tengo cómo contactar a mi familia.
Okay. I think he wants to hire his own attorney, but he says he has no way to like try to contact his family.
Okay. Well, it's up to you. You can request a court-appointed.
Hold on, you actually have no clue what the ratio of people is here and their age, because I guarantee you the people in this chat room, they have never been to a McDonald's Playhouse and played. They've taken their children there for sure, not a noob gamer, but honey, they haven't played in it. It's cute though. Of course, who doesn't like the McDonald's play place? I love it. I got stuck in Ronald McDonald's lap. That's another story.
Attorney in case you're not able to hire your own lawyer.
Bueno, usted tiene que decidir por sí mismo. Puede solicitar el abogado de oficio en caso de que no puede contratar abogado particular.
Si no logro contratar uno particular, pues uno de oficio.
Well, if I can't hire my own, then a court appointed.
Okay.
Bien.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta,
No saldré hoy.
señor?
No puedo salir hoy.
Something about getting out. I couldn't hear.
Ask your question again.
¿Puede volver a hacer la pregunta, señor, en voz alta y acérquese al micrófono? ¿Tenía pregunta?
Podría salir hoy
Okay. Can he get out today is what he's asking.
Yes, you need.
Mikey, they were fun. Did you at your Ronald McDonald house or Ronald McDonald play places? Did they have a Ronald that was sitting on the like couch like this or on the bench like this, and his leg was sort of triangular? I literally got stuck in one of those as a child, and they had to call the fire department to get me out. You know. But again, I'm 35 years old, so I'm a fucking old lady in reality. That's the reality of that case. Even in Canada, what did I do to the happy clown, Simon? I fucked him. I mean, I didn't fuck him. I fucked it up.
Need to either come up with $7,500 in cash or go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer.
Sí. Pero para esto tiene que ya sea pagar los 7,500 en efectivo o tiene que contratar los servicios de una compañía fianzadora o de un abogado.
¿Cómo puedo contratar los servicios de una compañía financiadora?
How can I get a bondsman hired?
Well,
Sí, yo puedo contratar el servicio y hoy mismo me sacan.
So
Oh yes, Gromit. Wasn't the jail in Gromit's mouth, Mikey? Like the purple guy? Was that Gromit? I think I might be Maybe I'm a little I'm discombobulated. But let's see. Grimace. Mike, thank you. Grimace. It was Grimace. There was a jail in Grimace. First of all, when I was a kid, going to McDonald's was probably the best thing that happened to me. I was so excited about it. I wanted it so badly. I mean, as an adult, eaten way more McDonald's than I ever did as a kid. I guess we'll give my mother that. She didn't give me lots of McDonald's, but when I did go for McDonald's, it was delicious. Um, but yeah, you know, children's play places stopped a while ago. But the Hamburglar, baby. Hey, did you just say baby? You know what you need to put in, in the chat. Melanie, Grimace is definitely a butt plug. Oh my god. You guys are hilarious.
If I hire a bail bondsman, they can get me out today?
Yes.
See? And his
Gracias.
question was, how can he hire
Puedo
one?
ver si puedo, hablar.
Ahorita cuando sales de aquí lo vas a revisar el teléfono.
Y ellos son el mismo.
Sí, ahí está el papel.
Ellos no podrían sacar.
Ahí la papel te van a hablar con usted.
Señor, está la lista de las compañías afianzadoras junto al teléfono que le van a permitir usar. Es lo que la alguacil le está informando.
Él me puede dar el número, el contacto.
Sí, los números están en la lista junto al teléfono.
Oh, gracias.
Okay. Okay, sorry, Your Honor. I was trying to relay what the guard was telling him about the list and the numbers.
Sounds good. All right. Narciso Garcia.
All right, all right, all right.
Narciso Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, you have 2 charges for a second-degree felony aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Inside Officer Big Mac, Mikey? Okay, first of all, hold on. Let's play this. I gotta show you guys something.
Señor García, usted enfrenta 2 distintos cargos por el mismo delito de agresión calificado con un arma mortal.
You're also charged with 2 third-degree felonies for leaving the scene of an accident involving serious bodily injury to another.
También enfrenta 2 cargos, delitos graves de tercer grado por no haberse detenido para dar auxilio donde hubo lesiones corporales serias o graves.
Now, Mr. Garcia, how long have you lived in Austin?
Señor García, ¿cuánto tiempo tiene usted de vivir aquí en Austin? Señor, acérquese al micrófono. ¿Cuánto tiempo?
6 años.
6 años, 6 years.
All right. And what family do you have here in Austin area?
¿Y qué familia tiene usted aquí en esta área de Austin?
Tengo mi mamá y mis hermanas.
I have my mother and my brothers.
All right. And are you working?
¿Y usted tiene empleo ahorita?
Sí, estaba trabajando de mecánico.
Yes, I'm working as a mechanic.
All right. And do you have money saved up to help bond you out of jail?
¿Tiene usted algo de dinero ahorrado para poder salir bajo fianza?
Pues sí, pero le podría pedir también a mi mamá para que me puedan sacar, por favor.
Yes, well, yes, but I could ask my mom too to see if they can get me out.
All right. And about how much money do they have to help you?
¿Cómo cuánto dinero con cuánto dinero cuenta su familia para ayudarle a salir? ¿Cómo cuánto?
No sé, la verdad, no sabría decir.
Honestly, I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
What's your mom do for a living?
Y
What's your mom do for a living? Nobody knows what their mom does for a living right away. It's funny, even recently, my daughter, I've had a lot of jobs. I'm just gonna be honest, but she was like confused about one of the jobs that I had. So I understand. I don't know if it's kids that should be telling what people do for a living. Also, Chuck E. Cheese, never been there. Was it on my list in Florida? Maybe. I don't know. I have some important meetings when I'm in Florida. Let's just say that. Important meetings that may interfere with my Chuck E. Cheese ability.
Su madre, ¿en qué trabaja su mamá?
Tiene una compañía de landscaping.
Okay, she's got a landscaping company.
Okay.
Fancy.
And do you have a family in other countries right now?
¿Y
Eh,
usted tiene familia en otros países?
sí, tengo familia y tengo mi papá acá en Houston.
Yes, I have family, and I also have my dad. He's in Houston.
All right. And you have family in other countries?
Pero también tiene familia en otros países.
Sí,
The important meetings code word is, wow, that's a motorcycle outside. Fuck me harder. Simon, fuck me harder. Okay, I just saw a picture of the Big Mac, Officer Big Mac. Okay. Yeah. Ah! If that's what you got going on with Officer Big Mac, enjoy. Oh, we didn't have that here. KCC secret code. Fuck me harder. Fuck me harder. Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Garcia, your bond amounts on the two aggravated assault with deadly weapon charges is $25,000 on each case.
Señor García, la fianza por cada uno de los cargos de agresión calificado con un arma mortal va a ser de $25,000 por cada uno de los cargos.
You also have on the leaving the scene of an accident charges, your bond amount is $15,000 on each case.
También por los cargos de haberse ido de la escena del choque va a ser $15,000 por cada uno de esos cargos.
So the total amount of your bonds is $80,000.
Entonces, el monto total de fianzas,
Whatever way you want. If you're really interested, I actually set up a special spot on my Discord for a cyber squad. So, you can go there. I mean, that cyber squad's not going to be there because they're not cool enough or like actually, what is it? Ballsy enough to put their real names down. But, I'm sure not a noob gamer might show up, but we know that's not their real name.
por los cargos va a ser de $80,000.
If you were to go through a bail bond companies, if they're willing to charge 10%, that'd be around $8,000.
Ahora, si usted usa los servicios de una compañía fianzadora y ellos están dispuestos a cobrarle el 10%,
We do not use Discord. We only use Telegram or whatever the stupid thing is that all you idiots that think you're being secure uses.
entonces sería alrededor de $8,000 lo que cobraría el fiador.
Now, Mr. Garcia, if you do postpone and get out of jail, one of the conditions of your release is you're required to report to a supervision officer while your case is pending.
Ahora, señor García, si lograra poner la fianza y logra salir de la cárcel, tiene una condición. Tiene que someterse a supervisión de parte del personal aquí del juzgado mientras que tiene estos cargos pendientes.
So if you do get out of jail, when you get out, you'll have a piece of paper with the name and number of a person that you need to contact within 24 hours of your release from jail, and you need to report in to them whenever they require.
Entonces, si lograra salir de la cárcel, le van a entregar documentos con los informes, el nombre, el número de contacto de este personal a quien usted tiene que contactar dentro de un plazo de 24 horas después de salir y tiene que reportarse con ellos y hacer lo que ellos le requieran.
And that's in addition to any reporting requirements you may have with the bail bond company.
Y eso es aparte de tener que estar al tanto con la compañía fianzadora. Lo que le exija la compañía fianzadora sería aparte.
Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
¿Usted quiere pedir que el juzgado le proporcione un abogado de oficio o usted mismo va a contratar abogado particular?
Quisiera hablar primero con mi mamá para ver qué podría hacer, pues si pueden contratar a un abogado para ver si me pueden sacar pues uno de estos días para ya poder salir y ya pues pues ir a todas mis citas y todo y para ver qué puedo hacer.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I would like to speak to my mom to see what we can do and see if they can hire me an attorney so I can.
Sorry, not a noob gamer. You can't just talk to your mom every time you want when you are involved in something. So, oh, this is the person in the case. No, you too. You can't just talk to your mom every time you want something.
Get out and go to court and see what I can do.
All right, well, you'll have an opportunity to use the phone momentarily to get a hold of your family on that.
Bueno, se le va a proporcionar la oportunidad de usar los teléfonos dentro de poco para que usted pueda comunicarse con su familia.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta?
Pues serían 80,000 para salir y 8,000 si quiero contratar a un abogado para pasar de esos que cobran 10%.
Okay, so it would be 80,000 to get out or 8,000 if I hire an attorney or the one that charges 10%.
Right, if the bail bond company is willing to do it for 10%, it would be $8,000. It's up to you to find the cheapest bondsman you can find.
Si la compañía afianzadora está dispuesto a cobrarle el 10%, entonces sí, serían $8,000. Pero usted por su cuenta tiene que buscar una compañía afianzadora que sea la más económica.
Okay.
Okay.
Gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck.
Buena suerte.
All right, is there anyone else who needs a translator before I let go of the interpreter?
¿Hay alguien más que necesita intérprete antes de dejar ir a la intérprete?
No?
¿Alguien más?
No? All right, thank you very much, Catalina.
You're very welcome, thank you.
All right. Juan Manuel Esparza Colis.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Esparza, you're charged with a third-degree felony assault on a pregnant person. Your bond amount set at $6,000.
Don't hit pregnant people. That's fucking not cool. F in the chat for pregnancy. F in the chat for pregnancy.
You're not going to get a personal bond. In order to get out of jail, you need to go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer. Bail bondsman, if they're willing to do it for 10%, would be around $600. You'll have an opportunity to use the phone a little bit to try to make that happen. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer, Mr. Esparza? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I didn't know about this one. I mean, my girl had told me that they had she filed a report when we were arguing, but I never she never filed charges or nothing. I ain't never laid my hands on her or nothing. I left to work.
Talk to your lawyer about your side of the story. I know you have your side of the story. That's not something I'm going to decide in terms of whether you're innocent or guilty. Just make sure that you show up for all your court dates and y'all don't get any more trouble.
But I've been going to court for a firearm. I mean, how come that never popped up?
Say it again.
I'm going to court for a firearm right now. I got put on the 27 for it too. I mean, they didn't tell me about no warrant on the.
Well, I understand. I know you already out on bond on the firearm case. You're going to have to go to court on this case as well.
All right.
Good luck. All right, David Denayu. Mr. Deneu, you're charged with a state jail felony, 2 state jail felony possession of controlled substance charges. Your bond amount on each one of those is $2,000. However, I am going to do personal bonds in your cases. You're going to be released today for free based on your promise to come to all your court dates. You do have 2 conditions you need to comply with once you get out of jail, Mr. Deneu. First of all, you're required to be screened for the drug court program. That is a rehab program that if you were to complete it, it would result in dismissal of the felony drug charge. You're not required to do the program. It's very intensive and it requires a lot of commitment to stay clean, but you are required at least to be screened for it to see if it's an option for you. Second of all, whether or not you do the rehab program, you are required to be screened for some type of drug counseling. You'll have a separate piece of paper telling you where to go do that screening. You need to go to whatever classes they recommend. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Court-appointed.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Omar Martinez. Martinez, you are charged with a charge out of Williamson County for unlawful possession of a firearm by a felon. This is a motion to revoke your probation. That you're already in jail, already on probation on this case. Your bond has been set by the district judge presiding over your probation at $75,000 cash or surety. That means you can't get a personal bond. It has to be the full $75,000 in cash or a bail bondsman. Bail bondsman, if they're willing to do it for 10%, which would be around $7,500. You can also have your attorney go talk to the district judge presiding over your probation in Williamson County and try to convince that judge to let you out on a personal bond. Okay.
What's the 10% of the 7,500 to 750?
10% of 75,000 is 7,500. That's your bond. Your bond amount on the case is 75,000.
Okay.
Okay. You want to? You want
10% is 7,500.
7,500 is 10% of the bond amount if you can get a bail bondsman to do it for that.
Okay.
Do you want a court-appointed attorney?
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions?
No.
Good luck. Chester Arnold. Mr. Arnold, you are charged with a Class A misdemeanor discharging of a firearm in a municipality. Your bond amount on that is $3,000. You also have a bond forfeiture for failing to come to court on a DWI charge, felony charge from years ago. Your bond amount on that is $10,000. So because of the bond forfeiture on the DWI, you're not going to be able to get a personal bond. You need to go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer. Total amount of your bond's $13,000. Bail bondsman maybe want to do it for $1,300. You can also talk to your lawyer about it, and your lawyer can go talk to the district judge where this DWI is pending and try to explain why you didn't show up for court and see if they're willing to give you another chance to bond out or to reinstate the old bond. Okay. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer, Mr. Arnold?
I don't know if I can get in contact with my lawyer. I don't have a number. Let me have a quick time.
All right. And one condition of your release, if you do postpone and get out of jail, Mr. Arnold, you're not allowed to possess any firearms at all while this case is going on. Do you understand that? You're not allowed to possess any firearms at all while this case is going on, not in the house or anywhere on your property. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Good luck.
I'm going to get some brie cheese. I think I need some cheese. Let's get some cheese.
Jeremiah Brown.
Also, not a new gamer. You can't kick him from here, you dumbass piece of shit. Nobody gets kicked. Are you fucking dumb?
Mr. Brown, you are charged with a Class B misdemeanor possession of marijuana with a bond amount of $2,000 and a Class A misdemeanor unlawful carrying of a weapon with a bond amount of $2,000. Total amount of your bonds $4,000. However, I am going to do personal bonds in your cases, Mr. Brown. You're going to be released today for free based on your promise to come to all your court dates. You understand you need to show up for court?
Yes, sir.
You want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Court-appointed.
All right. Your first court date will be in the next couple of weeks. That'll be written on your paperwork when you get out of jail. Do you live in Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
When were you planning to go back?
My truck, I had stopped by because I had to drop my load off and I was gonna leave.
Well, when you talk to your lawyer, and you can discuss with your lawyer whether there are ways in which to make arrangements with the court to minimize the amount of times you need to drive in from Mississippi. A lawyer can try to arrange with the court to allow you to miss some of the court dates as long as your lawyer is there in your stead. But that is something that has to be ironed out ahead of time between your lawyer and the court. Otherwise, you need to be showing up for all your court dates, even if you're coming in from Mississippi. Do you understand that?
Sure.
All right. All right. Any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck. Keaton Duckworth. Mr. Duckworth, you're charged with a Class A misdemeanor theft charge. Your bond amount's $2,000. However, I am going to do a personal bond in your case. You're going to be released today for free based on your promise to come to court. Make sure you show up for your court dates. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
I'll have a private representation, sir.
What's that?
I'll hire my own attorney. Sir.
Okay. All right. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Christopher Karp. Mr. Karp, you're charged with a Class A misdemeanor assault causing bodily injury to a family or a household member. I have a quick question for you. Your bond amount set at $2,000. This is an incident that allegedly happened back in May. And I know you were living with this guy, allegedly, Anthony. Do you still live with him?
No, sir. No, I had actually moved out before that happened. I was just back visiting my friend who's the other roommate. So no, I've been out of it for quite a while.
So you don't live with him at his address at all?
No, no, sir.
At the Meadow Creek Drive address, you don't live there?
Correct.
All right.
None of us live there anymore, as a matter of fact.
And when's the last time you talked to him?
That night.
All right. And you don't have any reason to see him, right?
No, sir, not at all.
Do you know if he's still staying at that address?
Honestly, how much more obvious can you get that you're some other LawTube channel that's jealous of me, that you're talking about transformative? Regardless, I don't fucking care. Every view you give me, it's a view. I don't give a shit. I already had one channel demonetized. Do you think I fucking care? Go fuck yourself, you little bitch.
No, the lease is up. They're selling that house, so there's nobody renting it anymore. I have no idea where he's at. Don't care.
All right. Your bond amount set at $2,000. However, I'm going to do a personal bond in your case. You're going to be released today for free based on your promise to come to all your court dates. You do have one condition.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You did school me, not a noob gamer. Not a noob gamer has schooled me, ladies and gentlemen. Not a noob gamer. Go right ahead. Post your link to where you're live right now, and you'll have schooled me. You will. Please go ahead. Post it. I don't block links on this channel, so don't say you can't. You can. Post your link to where you are live right now, and then we'll see. Oh, you don't stream. Well, then how did you go ahead and school me? William, I honestly believe that some loners need government-provided sex therapy. I honestly believe that some loners need government-provided castration. Is that it? I don't know. Anyways, once again, you fucking lose. Post the link and we'll come and watch you. But until then, shut your fucking mouth because I'm beating you.
On your bond, Mr. Karp, you are not allowed to go within 200 yards of Anthony while this case is going on. No matter how long this case lasts, you cannot go within 200 yards of him, no matter where he is. If he's at HEB or the park or wherever, you can't go within 200 yards of him. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Besides that, show for all of your court dates. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Court appointed, sir.
Court-appointed?
Yes, please.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, good luck.
Here's the link. Where's the link? Oh, thank you, Scott. I appreciate you. Keep writing that. Like every 1 minute.
Thank you.
Jonathan Ellis.
Sure.
Mr. Ellis, you're charged with a first-degree felony aggravated robbery out of Travis County, and you also have a warrant out of Uvalde County for forfeited bond on a smuggling of persons charge. Usually, if the bond is forfeited, it's because of failure to come to court when you're supposed to, though it can be for other reasons as well, such as violating certain bond conditions. So on the Uvalde County case, you have no bond. Bond's been denied by the district judge presiding over that case. On the Travis County case, your bond amount set at $30,000. If you do if you postpone and get out of jail, you are not allowed to have any contact with the alleged victim in this case here in Travis County. You cannot have any contact with him by phone, text message, email, nothing. You need to stay
Sure.
You also need to stay 200 yards away from him at all times, no matter where he is. Do you understand that?
Sure.
And then thirdly, you're not allowed to possess any firearms or knives or dangerous weapons. You cannot possess any of those things while this case is going on. Understood?
Sure.
All right. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Wonderful.
Do you have any questions?
Sure.
All right. Good luck.
Judge, I have one of them that wants to ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, sir.
I was gonna ask you, you said that I have to get a PR call from the lawyer in Wilson.
Yeah, what?
Do I have to get a lawyer from Wilson County, or can I get a lawyer here from Travis that can give me that PR call?
What's your name again?
Omar.
Huh?
Omar Martinez.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to have an attorney. It's gonna be it has to be an attorney that can represent you in Williamson County. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of lawyers that do both counties, both Travis and Williamson County. This is a Williamson County case, so it's gonna have to be an attorney that's willing to represent you in Williamson County. I indicated that you're requesting a court-appointed lawyer. Williamson County will be notified later today of that request, and they will assign a court-appointed attorney to you if you don't hire your own.
All right.
Okay. All right. Good luck. Make sure.
Aw, not a noob gamer. If you were actually a real YouTuber, you could post the link in the Discord, but you can't. Also, Scott, thanks for being here. I think Not a Noob Gamer wants me because he'll never, ever, ever come even close.
Welcome back, everyone. It's actually 2:34 p.m. Travis Johnson Pro Tem. I have here's at least one matter ready to go, and that's the Jorgen Olson matter. Are the other matters ready? Or any other matters?
Hey, Your Honor, the Olson case is ready from the 130 calendar. Jorgen Olson is cause number 3A0316664. I believe this is the trial set for the November trial term.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I couldn't quite hear you.
I just said that's correct.
All right. I'm sorry, who's counsel for Mr. Olson?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. So my understanding, I've been handed order on pretrial conference form indicating that essentially a readiness hearing will be set on November 7th for the current jury trial date of November. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Olson, did you hear that?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Okay, so your next hearing will be at readiness. That's November 7th at 1:30. Any questions about that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be the date. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, next case that's ready is the Stein case. It's Tucker Stein, cause number.
Mr. Laurie.
Your Honor, again, it went. Sorry, Your Honor, I was on mute. So the next case is the Stein case. It's Tucker Stein. Cause number 3A0033178. And Ms. Lane.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Erin Lane, attorney for attorney of record Jason Newcomb. My client's been texting me that he's been in the waiting room trying to be let in. Who's on the Zoom hearing.
You want to just put that to see if Mr. Stein will show? I don't see him up on the.
He's been texting me that he's
in the call.
Okay. He's on it. Okay.
There we go. Mr. Stein, can you hear us all right? No, you're still muted, Mr. Stein.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear. How much did you hear any of that?
I did not. I just
called your case. I see Ms. Lane is standing for Mr. Newcomb. This is on for pre-trial. Mr. Lohr, what are we doing today?
Yeah, we have a resolution in this case. Mrs. Stein is relicensed, so the city is moving to amend the trial as suspended in second degree to that of no valid operator's license in the second degree. On RC 4620-015, we have an agreed amount of $200 fine in this case.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Lane.
Yes, Your Honor. We have no objection to that. We will enter a finding of committed today. And we do ask that for when you do charge the fine to Mr. Stein, if you can also count community service towards that amount.
Because I'm Judge Pro Tem, I'm not going to be authoritative on that. Mr. Lohr, is that something that's normally done, or is that a request that's not usually handled in this circumstance?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe on all fines or court costs, especially, the judge will allow a community service in the amount of $15 per hour.
Okay.
Who wants to do that route?
And you're not objecting to that request?
The city is not objecting, Your Honor.
Okay. And counsel, well, I'll start out from the beginning. City has made a motion. The court will grant that based on defense counsel's agreement that I'll amend this from the charge of driving while suspended second degree to the infraction of no valid operator's license with ID, which is an infraction. I'll order that they be found committed by pursuant to an agreement. The amount order will be $200. And does Ms. Lane, do you want a specific amount of hours at $15 an hour to apply, or how would you want to work that?
Yeah, $15 per community service hour to apply.
All right. So you want that leave to be determined, or a specific amount of hours?
I guess that comes to 13.34 hours.
Right. That sounds about right. My math stinks, but that sounds about right. So did you want to do that entirely by community service hours then, at $15 an hour?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll need to set a deadline because it's human nature to kind of push it off if you don't have them. Mr. Stein, the agreement at this point is that you have essentially received an infraction as opposed to a significant gross misdemeanor conviction, and so it'd be an infraction finding. The fine amount is $200. The city has agreed, and I will grant the motion to allow you to perform at $15 an hour community service hours. That has to be documented. It can't just be phoned and said I did the 13. Well, I'll just say 13 hours. I'm going to give you a timeline of 120 days to complete that. That would essentially be 4 months. So near the beginning of the year. Is that enough time for you to complete the community service hours?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So
Your Honor, we've actually
been
proactive on this. We already had him complete some community service hours, so we will get that filed with the court today, and we can just get this case closed.
Oh, you anticipate he's already done the 13 hours roughly?
He already has. He's done 21.
Okay. I'll just set a deadline of the end of the year, December 31st, 2023 to complete it. You can obviously submit it way before that, and that will essentially take care of the issue of the $200. Any objection from the city on that?
No, yeah, no objection.
All right. That will be the court's order. So Mr. Stein, make sure you get that documentation either through you or through counsel regarding completing the community service hours. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Stein, you are free to go. Thank you, counsel.
I thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Yeah, the next case that is ready is the Warren case, Michael Warren, cause number 3A0457514 and also 3A0457515.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Aaron Winklocke here on behalf of Mr. Michael Warren. Mr. Warren is, there he is. We've been trying to get Mr. Warren's a license back in order, Your Honor.
I think they're still trying to, let's get him to connect, and he's trying to speak, but it's not connecting yet. Just kidding, but Mr. Warren, do you hear that? You're on mute right now, Mr. Warren.
Unmute. How about that?
There you go. You hear us okay, Mr. Warren?
Yes, sir.
All right, hold on just a sec. I'm sorry, counsel, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, as I was saying, I've been in touch with Mr. Warren. We just requesting a continuance at this time. This is the first pretrial continuance. We'd request just set over to the November 6th video calendar with a speedy travel waiver through February 4th, 2024, Your Honor, to accommodate our request. We just need to get Mr. Warren's license in order and then contact the prosecuting attorney, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lohr, any objection to that request?
No, yeah, no objection.
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Warren, there's a continuance request to set this for November 6th for the next court date. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
And with that, to allow that to happen, you have to waive speedy trial to a specific date, essentially November 6th. Is that okay with you?
That is okay with me.
And you understand that waiver is a speedy trial to February 4th of 2024 by that waiver. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will grant that motion. I'll waive speedy trial. Commencement date will be November 6th. Expiration will be February 4th of next year. And is that at 2:30, counsel, for Mr. Warren?
I believe I put down 2:30 on the form, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Warren, your next hearing will be November 6th at 2:30, okay?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. All right, sir, you're free to go. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel.
Next case known as Beatty case. Heather Beatty, cause number 3A0025680.
And good afternoon again, Your Honor. Caitlin Pimentel, present with Miss Beatty. This is a defense motion to continue again to that Monday, November 6th Zoom date at 1:30. I did have the opportunity to go over that document with her. This is just a second pretrial in this matter. Again, I do think we're reaching a resolution. She is meeting with another attorney in a different jurisdiction this week, and then I'll be following up with the city. So I think we're pretty close here, but we are just requesting a continuance.
All right. City, any objection?
No, yeah, no objection.
All right, I'll grant that motion. Ms. Beatty, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
So Ms. Beatty, what's happening today, and I'm assuming you already know this, but we're going to continue the trial date to take a number of issues. It's going to be set to November 6th at 1:30 for a Zoom hearing on this same case. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're willing to waive speedy trial with the new commencement date on November 6th to facilitate, to allow that to happen. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you have no objection to doing that?
No.
Okay, I'm going to grant that motion with waiver. The next hearing will be November 6th at 1:30, Ms. Beatty, and the commencement date will be the same. And I believe that will put it out to February for expiration. Unless there's anything else, Ms. Beatty, you are free to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
You too.
Yeah, I think the last case that's ready is the Iverson case, John Iverson, cause number 3A030113.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kai Kopitnik with Jonathan Dichter's office on behalf of Mr. Iverson. We had previously filed a signed waiver of appearance. So Mr. Iverson will not be present today, and I'm asking the court to waive his appearance pursuant to 3.4.
There is a signature appears by the defendant. It was signed on September 12th. I will grant that, obviously pursuant to Rule 3.4. What are we doing today on this case?
This will be a defense motion to continue. We're currently in negotiations. We need a little more time, so I've selected the date of November 6th at 2:30 p.m.
Okay. Madam Clerk, there's plenty of room on November 6th. I don't want to count or fill up a calendar too much. Does that work? Okay.
It's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Lohr, any objection to that request?
No, yeah, no objection.
I'm sorry, counsel, is your client, you're on behalf of your client, are you waiving speedy trial for new commencement date to November 6th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I will grant the motion to continue with under Rule 3.4, defense counsel provided sufficient information. I will grant the waiver of speedy trial for the commencement date of November 6th. This hearing will be at 2:30, November 6th, the Zoom, and that will be the court date. Unless there's anything else you need, you're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor. That was it for me today.
All right, you're welcome. And Mr. Laura, you said that was essentially it's ready at this point?
And I have one more that just came in.
Also, go right ahead and review my court case. Why don't you send it in to my state attorney's office? Oh, wait. You can't because I live in Canada. So funny. Of course, they never comment simultaneously, Lisa. They're the same person and they're both living in their mom's basement. Honestly, I'm getting to the point where we may need to do some timing out, but they like timeout. It gets their little cocks hard.
It's Rangel Ibera.
Okay.
I think we need Mr. Rivera as well as the interpreter.
Okay.
Just a moment here. While we're waiting for them to come back here, and if we can maybe address FTAs while we're waiting, I can let the court know we have two individuals. We have Ms. Hill and Mr. Ibera. They should be ready soon, but we can certainly address the failures to appear.
All right, so I'll set aside Hill and Rangel Ibarra. I'm gonna grab the other files. You want to just call through them? I have Andrew Duncan Culbertson.
Yes,
that's 22-23. Go ahead. He's not present. I'm sorry, Ms. Pimentel. Go ahead.
Your Honor, that's 37145 and 22-23. I do not have any information on why Mr. Culbertson is not present.
All right, Mr. Lohr, with those cases, Mr. Culbertson does not appear on the calendar. He has failed to appear. What is the city requesting regarding his failure to appear?
Yeah, the city is requesting a benchmark amount of $6,000 on each class member.
Okay. Ms. Pimentel, regarding the city's request, any response?
No response.
Okay, thank you. Grant the city's motion, issue a bench warrant amount of $6,000 on 37145 and 22-23 each, and strike any other future hearing dates on those two matters. The next matter is Taj Linnell Franklin, 3A0457511. I don't see him on the calendar. Ms. Pimentel, any information?
I believe this is Ms. Kim's matter. Is that correct?
That is
I'm
correct.
sorry, I Ms. Kim. Any information regarding Mr. Franklin?
Good afternoon. No, unfortunately, I do not have any information.
I appreciate that. Taj Franklin has failed to appear. Mr. Lohr, city making any requests regarding his failure to appear?
Yes, sir. The city is requesting a benchmark amount of $3,000.
Ms. Kim, any response regarding city's request?
I don't have any further argument.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm going to grant the motion. Mr. Franklin has failed to appear. I'll issue a warrant in the amount of $3,000 for his failure to appear. Federico Ramirez Gomez. That's 3A0388425.
Sure, he's present with counsel. I apologize. We are speaking in a breakout room. It looks like with the assistance of an interpreter. It wasn't noted on the calendar, but he does indicate he does need one.
All right, so you want me to just split that for now?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll do. Leave that with Hill and the other matter. I have Justin Schwampy. I don't see anybody. Ms. Pimentel, any information?
Your Honor, that's cause number 3A0494563. I unfortunately have no information on where Mr. Schwampy is. At one point, his father had called indicating he was in the Kittitas jail. Although be it, I checked I don't foresee that he would still be in custody on the case that he was being held on. I'm not sure if the court has any additional information, but I didn't see him in their jail registry.
No, I appreciate the full disclosure. Mr. Lohr, any requests from the city regarding his failure to appear?
Yes, sir. The city is requesting a benchmark amount of $4,000.
Ms. Pimentel, any response?
No further argument, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to issue bench warrant amount of $4,000 at city's request for his failure to appear. Mr. Schwampy, I didn't see anything regarding additional information. Ms. Pimentel, if you may be in custody somewhere else. David Dean Turner Jr. And that's 3A0475789. Ms. Pimentel.
Yeah, that is a private counsel case.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Is that Ms. Valdez's case?
Yes, good
I'm
afternoon.
Ms. Valdez, Travis Johnson, pro tem. David Dean Turner, I don't know if he waived his presence. Actually, I did see a date of September 14th, so are you ready to go forward on the David Turner case?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. Carly Valdez from the law offices of Lance Freiberger. We have waived presence pursuant to 3.4. We've been in good touch with our client, but would respectfully seek a continuance to November 6th, Your Honor.
Is that 2:30?
Or 1:30, Your Honor.
1:30? Okay. Mr. Laura, the defense request, I'm assuming that's with the waiver of trial with your client's permission?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, Mr. Laura, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna grant that motion. Ms. Valdez, I'll pursuant to your the information you provided, I'll grant speedy trial waiver to the commencement date of November 6th at 1:30. Expiration date will move beyond that. And that should be it, unless there's anything else.
That's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so I have 3 matters left, unless there's somebody else. I have Harley Hill, Jonathan Rangel, Puerto Rico Ramirez Gomez.
And Your Honor, I just, Miss Kim's client was at the front window and they're gonna be logging on. I have sent Miss Kim an email to ask her to come back.
Okay, and which case is that one, Ms. Kim?
That's
Franklin?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. All right, I'll put that back in the file.
Hold on, Mikey popping in here telling us what's real here?
Okay, and I'll defer to folks if whenever something's ready.
Defense is ready with Mr. Rangel Ibarra.
Okay.
Again, I think I just said it before. I'll say it again, noob. Post your fucking link.
Okay.
Literally post your link. You ain't got shit.
Are you Jonathan Rangel Ibarra?
¿Es usted el señor Jonathan Rangel Ibarra?
Sí.
Are you Jonathan Rangel Ibarra?
¿Es usted el señor Jonathan Rangel Ibarra?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you hear everything okay?
¿Puede escuchar usted todo bien?
Sí, perfectamente.
Yes,
Your Honor,
perfect.
Before we begin, can the interpreter put her credentials on the record, please?
I'm sorry, I'm a little too speedy. Ms. Harrington, you please put your credentials on the record.
Sure. Good afternoon. This is Sheila Harrington, Washington State Certified Court Interpreter for Spanish, permanently sworn per AOC requirements with an oath on file. La intérprete judicial Sheila Harrington se ha identificado, es permanentemente juramentada por el Estado de Washington y su juramento está en el archivo de la AOC.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Counsel, what are we doing with Mr. Rangel Ibarra's case?
¿Qué vamos a hacer con el caso del señor Rangel Ibarra, señor defensor?
No, this is a defense motion to continue. I don't know if the city's objecting.
Su señoría, esta es una solicitud por parte de la defensa para un aplazamiento. No sé si la fiscalía quiere tener alguna objeción.
To explain briefly the reason for the motion to continue.
Quisiera explicar brevemente el motivo por el cual solicitamos el aplazamiento.
This is a DUI case and Mr. Ibarra Rangel is scheduled for a jury trial in Chelan County on another DUI case coming up in the beginning of October.
Este es un caso que tenemos aquí de conducir bajo los efectos. El señor Rangel Ibarra también tiene otro caso de conducir bajo los efectos en el condado de Chelan y el juicio está programado para principios del mes de octubre.
While this case is almost certainly destined for resolution, the nature of that resolution depends entirely on the outcome of that jury trial.
Mientras por una parte la resolución de este caso depende.
Did you just post www.yahoo.com? Oh my god! How about Scott? Scott, are you in the chat? Can you post a link? Try and post one, honey, since he's not a mod.
Podrá llegar a una resolución acordada, pero todo eso dependerá en la resolución del caso ese.
otro.
And so for that reason, and especially given that if he loses at trial, he's likely to be seeking a deferred prosecution, which requires a little bit of time, more time than he'd have.
I'm sorry, not a new gamer. Didn't you say that you're like a cyber squad super hacker? Are you telling me you can't figure out how to fucking post a link into the chat? That's sad. Literally sad.
Before writing this, we're asking to continue one more time so that we can know the outcome of that trial before he makes the decision.
Bueno, pues el motivo es que si durante ese juicio él llegase a perder, entonces para este caso, entonces él se apuntaría a un procesamiento deferido, lo cual es algo que tomaría una cantidad de tiempo que no podríamos terminar antes de la audiencia preparatoria.
Counsel, what date are
Let
you
me
proposing
post
for
it
the
then,
continuance?
sweetheart, since you're
¿Qué fecha
live
está
right
usted
now, right?
proponiendo para el aplazamiento?
I'm proposing October 30th at 2:30 p.m.
Estoy proponiendo el 30 de octubre a las 2:30 de la tarde.
Will that be with a waiver of speedy trial?
Y con eso estará él firmando el formulario de renuncia del derecho.
Okay, but let's be realistic here, Mikey. If we're gonna talk about the 6,000 subscribers versus the 4,000 fucking videos, it's not really a great ratio. Sorry about that.
Y con inteligencia está él renunciando a este periodo de juicio sin demora.
Does the city object to the defense request for continuance?
¿Está la fiscalía presentando alguna objeción a la solicitud de la defensa para el aplazamiento?
No objection to one last continuance.
No, su señoría, no tenemos objeción para otorgar este último aplazamiento.
I will grant the motion to continue to October 30th.
Voy a otorgar la petición de aplazar este caso hasta el 30 de octubre.
That will be at 2:30 p.m.
Eso será a las 2:30 de la tarde.
I will also grant a motion to waive speedy trial to that date on October 30th.
Y también estoy otorgando la solicitud de renunciar al derecho de juicio sin demora hasta la fecha esa de la próxima audiencia.
Mr. Rango Ibarra, your next hearing is October 30th at 2:30.
Señor Rangel Ibarra, su próxima audiencia va a ser el 30 de octubre a las 2:30 de la tarde.
Do you have any questions? I'm sorry.
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta?
No, ninguna. Estaré presente ese día.
No, none at all. I will be attending on that day.
All right. If there's anything further, otherwise I'm just going to release Mr. Ringo Ibarra.
Bueno, pues si no hay más nada, entonces voy a liberar al señor Rangel Ibarra.
Mr. Ringo Ibarra, you're free to go.
Ya se puede ir, señor.
Hasta luego. Bye.
Bye.
Right. Is there another interpreter matter that needs to go?
Yes, and if we can excuse Miss Harrington, I did get Miss Lucas, who spoke to the other case when Miss Harrington's connection was unstable.
Okay, Ms. Harrington, thank you for your work. I really appreciate it.
Sure, you're very welcome, Your Honor. Have a good afternoon.
MB, you might have walked in on a bit more than that.
The
Exclamation
next
mark
matter then
troll.
would be Federico Ramirez Gomez, 3A0388425.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Maria Lucas. Oops, sorry. Certified Court Interpreter, my oath is on file with AOC, and I'm permanently sworn. Buenas tardes, señoría. María Lucas, intérprete acreditado a los tribunales con juramento permanente en expediente. Estamos llamando ahora al caso de Francisco Ramírez Gómez, 3A0388425.
And Your Honor, for the record, Paul Hendrickson here on behalf of Federico Ramirez Gomez, who's appearing via Zoom.
Y señoría, para las actas, el abogado Hendrickson representando al señor Ramírez Gómez, que está compareciendo de forma remota por Zoom.
Oh, sweetheart,
Mr.
I don't
Ramirez
doubt
Gomez, can you
at
hear?
all
It's
that
okay?
you are a grifter
Señora Ramírez Gómez, ¿usted nos oye
at
bien?
all.
You'll need to unmute.
He needs to unmute
Sí,
his
Tiene que
microphone.
prender el micrófono. Yes, yes.
All right, I'm sorry, counsel, go ahead.
Disculpe, señor abogado.
And Your Honor, I
Adelante.
apologize. I want to apologize to the city. We were prepared to move forward today with a 12-month SOC. However, the documents were not sent back to the city with a week's notice. And so we apologize in advance. And if they're not ready to proceed to sign and forward to the court, the waiver of bench and speedy, then we understand and we'll request a short continuance.
Señoría, quiero disculparme porque estábamos listos para proceder con la solicitud de un SOC de 12 meses, pero nos enviaron los documentos por anticipado a la fiscalía para su firma con una semana de antelación. Así que si no se puede proceder debido a ese fallo, entonces pediríamos un aplazamiento breve.
And Mr. Henriksen, which date are you proposing for the new court date?
Your Honor.
Y señor Henriksen, ¿qué nueva fecha estaría usted proponiendo para la audiencia?
And Your Honor, I just filled that out and I sent it to Mr. Henderson and the court.
Señoría, acabo de rellenarlo y lo acabo de enviar también al señor Henriksen.
Yeah, it's just a long continuance with the jury waiver to September 19th, 2024.
And Your Honor, sorry, the interpreter reviewing the notes, Mr. Henriksen specified that he hadn't sent the waiver for the speedy trial and the waiver for the jury trial. Sorry, I apologize. And so, counsel, you said that you just signed the waiver with a new date on 9/19.
2024.
Sorry, with 2024.
Yes.
Acabo de firmar ahora un documento con una nueva fecha de 19 del 9 del 2024.
And Your Honor, from the defense, I had previously communicated to my client that we would be looking at a 12-month continuance with the waiver of speedy.
Y después de hablar con mi cliente, le comuniqué que estábamos, que nos encarábamos a un aplazamiento de 12 meses, renunciando al plazo para juicio rápido y sin demora.
But we
You will find on my channel that I actually support smaller channels, even though I'm now a smaller channel. And the question goes back to you, not a noob gamer. What on earth are you doing spending time here when you have 6,000 followers at your channel? It's the question, like, does that make you feel good to bully a channel that has 320 subscribers? Shouldn't. Also, if you only want 4x of what I've got, that's sad because 4 times 300 is 1,200, but you've got 6,000. So shouldn't you get many, many more viewers on your live? But you're only going to claim 1,000. I'm perplexed by the math. But again, if you want to bully another channel, that's cool. That's totally fine. I actually like pain, so bring it on.
wanted to leave that date blank on the form to make sure that there wasn't a commencement a year from now with a new 90-day period, which would have brought it out to December, for example. So we've left it blank. And we understand now it's been executed by the city.
Lo dejamos en blanco, no sabiendo si el plazo iba a ser un año más 90 días a partir de esos 12 meses, pero parece ser que la Fiscalía ya puso las nuevas fechas en el documento.
I'm getting owned, or you want?
My understanding
Those are
now the
different.
parties have agreed to set this for a new commencement date of September 19th, 2024.
Entonces yo tengo entendido que las partes han programado ahora una nueva fecha de inicio de plazo del 19 de septiembre del 2024.
No, it's a legit question. If you have 6,000 subscribers on your channel and you're hanging out here making fun of me, making fun of my subscribers, all we can assume is that you literally get off being a bully to smaller channels. I mean, if you're gonna dispute that, dispute it. But right now, that's all you got. Now, if you are what I think you are, well, then tell us the truth.
No expiration date would
That's
be
the understanding of the
December.
defense.
Eso es lo que la defensa tiene entendido. Entonces, ¿cuál es la fecha de vencimiento del plazo ahora?
The new expiration date of December 18th, 2024.
Será ahora la fecha de vencimiento será ahora el 18 de diciembre del 2024.
Mr. Ramirez Gomez, are you agreeing to waive speedy trial out to the commencement date of September 19th, 2024?
Y señor Ramírez Gómez, ¿usted está de acuerdo en renunciar al plazo para juicio rápido y sin demora hasta el...
Not even a tiny little bit, Master Heads. If you and Not a Noob Gamer are here pretending not to be bullies, well, fucking prove it, you little bitches.
día 19 de septiembre del 2024?
Sí. Sí.
Yes, yes.
And you understand your next court date will not be until September 19th, 2024 at 1:30?
Oh, Simon J, 100p. This is a sissy little bitch that gets off when people jerk him off and degrade him. And you know what? There's somebody in this chat right now that pays me to degrade them. I bet you can't figure out who that is. But seriously, if you want me to degrade you, I will. But it's going to cost you a lot more than just chatting in here.
¿Y usted entiende que su próxima audiencia no será hasta el día 19 de septiembre del 2024 a la 1:30?
Okay.
Okay.
Does the city have any objection to that waiver?
No, yeah, no objection.
¿La fiscalía tiene objeción a esa renuncia? No, señoría, no hay objeción.
I will grant that motion.
Voy a otorgar ese pedimento.
Mr. Ramirez Gomez, your next.
Who wants to pick who's paying me to fucking degrade them in here? There's somebody in this chat room that pays me money every fucking week to degrade them. You want to guess who it is?
Hearing is September 19th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m.
Señor Ramírez Gómez, su próxima audiencia será ahora el 19 de septiembre del 2024 a la 1:30 de la tarde.
Please keep in
Okay.
touch with your attorney.
Por favor,
Okay.
manténgase en contacto con su abogado.
Okay, gracias.
Any
Okay,
questions?
thank you.
You're welcome.
¿Alguna pregunta? De nada.
No.
All right.
No.
Mr. Ramirez Gomez, you're free to leave.
Hold on, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mikey, you won! You won 1,000,000 points, Mikey. You're right. It's Not a Noob Gamer. Not a Noob Gamer pays me $300 every week to kick him in the balls and tell him that he is a bitch. Seriously, it's Not a Noob Gamer. I mean, I guess I should have been more secretive than that, but you didn't pay me for that part, sweetheart. You only paid me to kick you in your balls and tell you you're a pussy little bitch.
Señor Ramírez Gómez, ¿ya se puede desconectar? Un momentito.
Sorry, Mr. Lower, go ahead.
we didn't go through the jury waiver.
Oh.
Señoría, no revisamos el formulario de renuncia al juicio ante un jurado. Oh, sí.
Mr. Ramirez Gomez, I've been handed a document indicating you're waiving right to jury trial. Is that correct?
Señor Ramírez Gómez, se me ha entregado un documento donde usted indica que está renunciando a su derecho a tener un juicio ante un jurado. Ya.
You understand by waiving that right, you're waiving a right to a jury trial in the future for this case.
Usted entiende que al renunciar a ese derecho se está renunciando a que se celebre un juicio ante un jurado en este caso, en el futuro.
Sí.
Guys, can you please put !kink in the chat for Not a Noob Gamer? I guess he doesn't understand yet, like, we don't discriminate against kinks. Please go ahead. Put that put !kink in the chat for Not a Noob Gamer. We need to teach him what it's like around here. I know you pay me hundreds of dollars a week, sweetheart, but you have to understand, this is a safe place, even for you.
Did you review that
Yes.
waiver right to jury trial and sign that document?
¿Usted
Sí.
revisó ese formulario de renuncia y lo firmó? Yes.
Mhm.
And the document I have is not dated. It just has September for the month that it's been signed.
Y ese documento que yo tengo no tiene fecha, solo aparece el mes cuando se firmó.
Do the parties have any objection to me entering September 18th, 2023 above the defendant's signature?
¿Alguna de las partes se opone a que yo ponga la fecha del 18 de septiembre del 2023 por encima de la firma?
No, está bien.
No, it's fine.
No, no objection from the defense, Your Honor, and we would actually appreciate the interlineation and entrance by the court.
Señoría, no hay objeción de la defensa. De hecho, le estamos agradecidos que usted pueda añadir eso.
I have signed the waiver of right to jury trial.
Firme el formulario donde se renuncia al juicio ante un jurado.
The next court hearing on September 19th, 2024 will be the next hearing date.
La próxima audiencia será ahora el 10.
MB, I'll just say this. I do charge more when somebody cries after I kick them in the balls. That's an extra charge.
19 de septiembre del 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Lohr, for catching.
And respectfully, Your Honor, would that be by Zoom?
I believe that's
Gracias, señor Lord, por notar ese error. Con respeto, señoría, va a ser por Zoom.
I believe that'll be in person.
It's too far out.
In person.
It's too far out to know at this point.
Posiblemente en
about
persona, pero es de aquí a bastante tiempo para saber. Me estaba preguntando yo eso.
What I will do is this. I will set this for in person, but you can contact the court as you get closer to the date and request to have that set by Zoom.
Entonces, lo que vamos a hacer es, yo voy a poner que es en persona y usted, a medida que se acerque la fecha, se puede poner en contacto con el tribunal para ver si se puede hacer por Zoom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias, señoría.
Okay. Anything else on this matter?
¿Alguna cosa más en esta causa?
No, Your Honor.
No, señoría.
Ms. Lucas,
Nothing from the
thank you for your
defense.
help.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Nada más de la defensa. My pleasure, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Ramirez Gomez, you're free to go now. Thank you.
Okay.
Señor
Thank
Ramírez
you.
Gómez, ya se puede desconectar. Gracias.
Gracias.
But I'm ready.
Okay.
That was Miss Lucas's last matter as well, if we can excuse her.
Ms. Lucas, please, feel free to go. Thank you for your work. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Ms. Pimentel.
Your Honor, I'm ready on Miss Hill's matter, if we can address that. That's 37688. This is going to be a special request. I did file an order to appear and waiver of time for trial. However, I'm requesting that this be special set to the Friday morning, October 6th, 9:30 Zoom calendar for a disposition. Miss Hills, she lives quite far away. She doesn't have a vehicle, so she's not able to make it to court. I have been negotiating with Miss Greenwood, and we do have a resolution in this matter. Just to be able to have that paperwork ready for the court. I realize that's only about 2.5 weeks, but I do think that we will be able to get that to the court ahead of time. That is a calendar that we do have via Zoom and will not sort of clog up a pretrial calendar if the city is okay with that.
Mr. Lohr.
No objections to that, Your Honor.
So Ms. Pimentel, that's October 6th at 9:30. That's a Friday.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Hill, did you hear that? You're still muted. Here you go. And Ms. Hill, my understanding is this, I'm going to grant this. I'm going to continue this to October 6th at 9:30 a.m. That's a Zoom conference. That's a Friday. You'll need to be present then. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't have any discussion about this, Ms. Pimentel or Mr. Lohr. Is this a waiver speedy trial or we just continue it?
I did waive speedy trial, Your Honor, just to facilitate that. Obviously, just that we have that additional time. I did go over that with Ms. Hill, and again, she did give me permission to attach her signature on that document as well.
Okay, I haven't seen it, but I'll certainly accept that. Ms. Hill, this is still going to be set for October 6th. There has been a waiver of speedy trial, which sets a commencement date on that date. It essentially waives your speedy trial rights further down the road. And Ms. Pimentel's explained that to you. Have any questions about that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and you're willing to do that? Willing to waive that?
Yes.
All right, I will grant that motion. October 6th at 9:30 a.m., Ms. Hill. That's your next hearing. If you have, unless there's anything else, you're free to
All right,
go.
thank
You're welcome.
Your Honor, those are all our matters. It looks like Mr. Franklin appeared, so Ms. Kim is still present to address that, but I believe that is the last matter.
That's correct. Hi, Ms. Kim. I pulled the file on Mr. Franklin. I see him on the Zoom, but I don't see any video. I don't know if he has audio.
There you go.
Okay. I'll
I
call the
told-
case just real quick. This is Taj Franklin, 3A0457511. We called the case earlier and Mr. Franklin wasn't on. I don't know if he was trying to get on or not. Bench warrant was issued, but now we're back on again because obviously Mr. Franklin is here. Ms. Kim, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was just working on a motion to continue. I just talked to him some updated information. And then I was just working on a motion to continue. Defense is requesting to recall that warrant and continue the.
Cheers, everybody. Also, welcome, Scott McCrae. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. I appreciate you being here. Denali, Mike, you know you came for the cooking in court. Sometimes you get the cooking, sometimes you get the court. That's the way it be. Can I get everybody to just flood the chat with !troll so that we remember? Can we do that? !troll. Thank you very much. Sometimes I forget. Like, I literally forget that people come on the internet because they're little bitches and babies. We don't need to do that. We can literally, if you object to being called a troll, yeah, troll. That's how it works.
Matter.
Mr. Law, any objection to me recalling the warrant considering the circumstance?
No, yeah, not this time.
I will grant that motion to recall the warrant on Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Mr. Franklin, do you have video capability? Can you show your face
She
as
told
well?
me to turn.
Yeah, I told him to turn off the video with me because it was really affecting his audio.
Oh, then just leave it audio. If there's a technical glitch, let's just keep it audio, Mr. Franklin. I'm sorry, Ms. Kim. So you're asking for a continuance now based on the recall of the bench warrant. What date are you proposing?
The next, may I ask what the next available Zoom date is?
I'll defer to Madam Clerk.
November 6th or November 20th.
November 6th works great.
At 1:30.
1:30, okay. So November 6th at 1:30, Ms. Kim?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Law, any objection to that proposal?
No, yeah, no objection.
Okay, and Ms. Kim, is your client willing to waive speedy trial with a commencement date of November 6th to allow that continuance?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm working on that form. Do you want me to submit that or just make that excluded period?
Prefer if you could get that form done. I can certainly do it on the record as we speak, but I prefer to actually have the documentation if that would work with you.
Understood. Thank you.
Also, reminder, !shrew will accurately describe a lot of people in the chat.
Mm-hmm. With that being said, I'm just going to assume that's going to happen. Mr. Franklin, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
All right. So your attorney has proposed a new hearing date of November 6th at 1:30. To allow that to happen, essentially a waiver of speedy trial needs to be entered to allow that to happen so that speedy trial doesn't expire. You can certainly go over that with Ms. Kim still. I'm just making a record. Are you going to have any objection to waiver of speedy trial with a new commencement date of November 6th at 1:30 to allow that continuance?
Yes, I'll allow it. Yes, I'll allow it.
Okay. All right. I couldn't quite hear you. Any questions regarding your waiver of speedy trial, Mr. Franklin?
No.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Mr. Franklin.
I said no, sir.
All right. Thank you. I will grant the motion for speedy trial.
I'd like to give Scott McCrae a little pat on the back for that. That is true. Never waive your right to a speedy trial. But also, don't you have something else to say, Scott?
Mr. Franklin, your next hearing is November 6th at 1:30. Hopefully your technology will work better next time. Do you have any questions besides that court date?
No, I don't.
All right, thank you, Mr. Franklin. Mr. Laura, Ms. Kim, anything further with Mr. Franklin's case?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be it for that. Mr. Franklin, you're free to go unless your attorney needs to speak to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, everyone. That will be it for the calendar. Unless there's anything else, I'm going to shut it down on my end.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, that's almost the end. We have one more. We have 36 minutes left for you to troll me, I guess. I don't know. Also enjoy being here. If you're not recruiting right now, you didn't spell recruiting properly, not a noob gamer. Fucking learn to spell. I don't give a fuck if you have dyslexia or not. Fucking learn. Night, Beverly. Love you. Yeah, fucking ableist. That's exactly right, not a noob gamer. First of all, that exposes you so much as to who you are by calling me fucking ableist. Who on earth that knows me would call me an ableist? If you want to say that you would, you've just exposed yourself to not ever watching in here except for wanting to be a fucking troll. I'll just tell you that.
I love you, MB.
Morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Morning, everybody. My understanding is we're handling the Julian Ramos Hernandez matter first.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. And we do have Miss Farmer here. I'll pause so she can introduce herself for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Maria Farmer, Washington State Court Certified Spanish Interpreter, permanently sworn, oath on file with the AOC. María Farmer, intérprete de habla hispana certificada en el estado de Washington, permanentemente juramentada. El juez acaba de decir que es su entendimiento que estamos listos para hacer el caso de Julián Ramos Hernández. La licenciada Pimentel dijo que ese es el caso y que iba a esperar para que la intérprete pusiera sus credenciales en actas.
Your Honor, this is cause number 3A. 06868821 on for arraignment.
Y su señoría, este es el caso número 3A 068821 y estamos aquí para una lectura de cargos.
Count 1 is an allegation of violation of a domestic violence protection order.
El punto del cargo número 1 es un alegato de incumplimiento con una orden de alejamiento.
Count 2 is an allegation of possession of a controlled substance.
Número 2 es un alegato de tener una sustancia controlada en su posesión.
With the assistance of the interpreter, we did go over the maximum penalties for the charges.
Con la ayuda de la intérprete repasamos las penas máximas posibles.
Additionally, the interpreter was able to read verbatim the rights at arraignment form.
Adicionalmente, la intérprete leyó los derechos que tiene el acusado en su lectura de cargos.
Mr. Ramos Hernandez has indicated that he has no additional questions at this time.
El señor Ramos Hernández indicó que no tenía preguntas adicionales en este momento.
So we are prepared to acknowledge receipts of the complaints.
Así que estamos listos para reconocer que hemos recibido una copia de cada denuncia.
Waive formal reading and enter pleas of not guilty.
Renunciar a que se lea en voz alta nuevamente cada denuncia y presentar 2 declaraciones de no culpable a cada punto del cargo.
Sir, are you Julian Ramos Hernandez?
Señor, ¿usted es Julián Ramos Hernández?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you hear what your attorney stated regarding the charges?
¿Y usted oyó lo que dijo la licenciada en cuanto a estos cargos?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any questions regarding those charges?
¿Usted tiene alguna pregunta en cuanto a esos cargos? No.
What is your plea to the 2 charges, count 1 being violation of a no contact order?
¿Y cuál es su declaración en cuanto a ambos puntos del cargo? Número 1 siendo incumplimiento con una orden de alejamiento.
Oh, es que yo había ido con su hija de ella para que me prestara el carro porque me sentía mal de mi operación y me dijo que ella me podía prestar el carro, pero que fuera por él a levantarlo ahí nomás, pero nomás fue todo, pero fui con su hija.
Well, so what happened was that I had gone to ask for her daughter's car because I had
Yeah.
just operated
Mr.
on.
Ramos, I'm going to interrupt you. Only protect Mr. Ramos Hernandez's rights. If I can interrupt, if you could just remind him, I don't want to talk about the case today, just in case he may say something that may incriminate him.
La voy a interrumpir, señorita intérprete, para que no diga él cosas que podrían perjudicar su caso. Si le pudiera dar el recordatorio al señor que no va a hablar sobre los detalles del caso para que no perjudique nada.
He will have an opportunity to discuss the case in the future.
Tendrá la oportunidad de hablar sobre los hechos del caso en el futuro.
My question was regarding, do you understand the charges made against you today?
La pregunta más bien fue si usted entiende los cargos asentados en contra suya hoy día.
Sí.
Yes.
And I should ask for both. What is your plea to both the charges of violation of a no contact order and possession of a controlled substance?
Así que, ¿cuál es su declaración en cuanto a ambos puntos del cargo?
Welcome, she's a maker. What, you're having chicken sausage and kale tonight? That sounds delicious. I'm into it. Chat is a little intense tonight, but you know what? Don't worry. We're glad that you're here. Thank you for being here. Please say hello. Please don't ever feel bad about saying hello here. Somebody else at my door? Jesus fucking Christ.
De incumplimiento con la orden prohibiendo contacto y tener la sustancia controlada.
You're at this time, until he has an opportunity to speak with counsel, we are entering not guilty pleas.
Su señor, en este momento, hasta que él tenga la oportunidad de hablar con su abogado o abogada, estamos presentando dos declaraciones de no culpable. El juez dijo, entiendo.
Thank you, counsel. I should note for the record, for this matter, Judge Rosano has already reviewed it and has determined there is probable cause regarding the two charges.
Gracias, licenciada. Y voy a decir para que queden actas que la juez Rosano ya ha revisado este caso y ha hallado que existe motivo fundado para cada una de las dos acusaciones.
And I will enter findings of not guilty at this time of those two charges.
Y yo voy a registrar dos declaraciones de no culpable a cada uno de esos puntos del cargo.
And the city, what does the city wish to do regarding conditions?
Y la fiscalía, ¿qué quiere hacer en cuanto a condiciones para salir de la cárcel?
For the record, Sarah Yell, the Rule 9 intern for the city.
Para que quede en acta su señoría, Sarah Yell, becaria de la regla 9 para la fiscalía.
The city is requesting that bail be set at $10,000.
La fiscalía está pidiendo que la fianza se fije en una cantidad de $10,000.
Mr. Ramos Hernandez has 3 outstanding warrants and domestic violence convictions in Arizona.
Y el señor Ramos Hernández tiene 3 órdenes de arresto vigentes, incluyendo una acusación de violencia doméstica en el estado de Arizona.
The city is requesting standard domestic violence conditions.
La fiscalía está pidiendo condiciones regulares para situaciones donde está involucrada la violencia doméstica.
Ms. Pimentel, what's the defense's request?
Cita Pimentel, ¿qué está pidiendo la defensa?
There's no objection to standard conditions.
No hay ninguna oposición a que se fijen condiciones regulares para que el señor salga de la cárcel.
We did discuss what the court's likely concern would be in regards to the city's request for imposition of bail.
Y sí hablamos ya sobre la preocupación que sentíamos iba a sentir el tribunal en cuanto a las órdenes de arresto vigente.
I don't believe that he's going to be able to post any amount of bail, but he would request that counsel be appointed.
Y no creo que él va a poder pagar la fianza, pero sí creo que él quiere que se asigne un defensor público para representarlo.
Especially given the custody status.
Y especialmente dado el hecho de que está encarcelado.
May I presume that Mr. Ramos Hernandez cannot afford an attorney?
Y estoy suponiendo que el señor Ramos Hernández en este momento no puede pagar el precio de un abogado privado.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Eso es correcto, su señoría.
Okay, I will work backwards. I will grant the motion to appoint counsel for Mr. Ramos Hernandez.
Bueno, voy a trabajar yendo hacia atrás. Primero voy a otorgar a un defensor público para representar al señor Ramos Hernández.
I have grave concerns about Mr. Ramos Hernandez's prior failures to appear.
Y tengo preocupaciones serias sobre el hecho de que el señor Ramos Hernández no ha comparecido a tantas otras audiencias en otros tribunales.
And because he has active warrants, I will grant the city's motion for bond at $10,000.
Y por el hecho de que tiene tantas órdenes de arresto vigente en este momento, voy a otorgar la solicitud de la fianza y fijar esa fianza en $10,000.
The other conditions will be as follows.
Las otras condiciones serán las siguientes.
Defendant must appear at all future court hearings.
Tiene que comparecer a todas sus futuras audiencias ante el tribunal.
He must notify the court within 24 hours of any change of address.
Tiene que notificar al tribunal en 24 horas si cambia su dirección para recibir correo postal.
Defendant shall have no criminal law violations.
No podrá tener ninguna otra contravención de la ley penal.
He shall abide by all court orders.
Tiene que seguir cualquier orden que ha sido dictaminada por cualquier tribunal.
And the defendant cannot possess any firearms or other dangerous weapons.
El acusado no puede poseer armas de fuego u otras armas peligrosas.
That's the court order.
Esa es la orden del tribunal.
Any questions for anyone?
¿Alguna pregunta de parte de alguien?
No, Your Honor.
No, su señoría.
Right.
Your Honor, the next
go
court
ahead,
date
Counsel.
will be September 25th at 9:30.
Y su señoría, la próxima fecha de comparecencia será el 25 de septiembre a las 9:30 de la mañana.
All right. Anything else with this matter?
¿Algo más en cuanto a este asunto?
No, Your Honor.
No, su señoría.
Thank you, everyone.
Está bien, gracias a todos.
Ms. Farmer, your services needed for anything else on this calendar?
Madam Clerk, was that the only one?
Yes, that's the only one.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Excellent job, Ms. Farmer. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, folks, who would you like to call next?
Your Honor, next, if we can address Mr. Mendenhall, this is cause number 36993. This is a post disposition matter, so it's on for review. We do have a updated probation report from Ms. Sprague. The allegations today are failing to comply with or continued compliance, as well as failing to comply with the alcohol drug evaluation and any follow-up treatment. It looks like per her report, she did speak with him and he did report sometime in April, but did subsequently fail to appear for the next probation appointment in May. So that is admitted. He also admits that he has not completed the evaluation. It sounds like he has a couple of leads that he has been looking into as far as trying to get that completed, but it has not been done yet.
City, what's the city's request regarding the admissions?
Probation's recommendation was to revoke 10 days, but because Mr. Mendenhall was sentenced March 27th of this year, it's fairly recent. The city's requesting just to revoke 4 days for credit for time served and set out a custody review hearing date.
Okay. And Ms. Pimentel, what's the defense request?
Defense would be in agreement with that, Your Honor. I would note he is indicating that he would be requesting, if possible, an in-person probation appointment, as he does not currently have a telephone.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, in this case, Mr. Mendeville, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
You've admitted to 2 violations. The city has made a recommendation regarding a sanction for that. You have an opportunity to speak to the court. You're not required, but you certainly can advise me or tell me anything you wish for me to know at this time before I make a determine whether you should be sanctioned or not. Anything you would like to say, Mr. Mendeville?
I'm really trying to get into treatment, Your Honor. I need this. I would appreciate it if you follow the recommendation, so I can get into treatment today.
Okay. And separate question from that. Now, council has indicated that you're going to request an in-person contact with probation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't have a phone though?
No, I do not.
Okay. Well, I'll have to figure that out with council. Thank you, Mr. Mendeville. I will follow the recommendation. The council and city has noted that the recommendation from probation officer was 10 days based on the city and council's statements and argument. I'm going to agree to the 4-day sanction credit for 4 days served. I will also order that Mr. Mendeville have a review in 60 days, approximately 60 days in court, to see if he's still complying or will comply with the conditions that are currently set in this case. Madam Clerk, I'll defer as to any dates regarding that, or if you want me to write something down, I can do that. That's going to be the court's order, Mr. Mendeville. Regarding in-person probation, that's outside my experience. I'll defer to Madam Clerk on that.
Your Honor, we can set, is this Mr. Mendeville's only hold, defense counsel?
Yes, I believe it should be. There's an active warrant out of Linwood, but they have not been serving those. So my guess is he will need to, yes, it should be.
So I can set it for this Wednesday, September 20th at 11 a.m.
Does that work for you?
That'll be my probation.
That will be for your probation appointment.
Okay, when is it again?
Wednesday, September 20th, in 2 days at 11 a.m.
Yes, ma'am. I can do that.
And then the review hearing will be on November 1st.
Okay. I'll make both of them, I promise.
All right. That should be it, unless there's anything else that needs to be done. Those dates are set.
Okay.
Mr. Mendeville, make sure you get those conditions taken care of.
Yes, sir. And will I be released today?
That's the plan. Should be soon. I'll defer to folks in the jail how that happens.
Your Honor, you did revoke the 4 days. Is that correct?
4 days. 4 days credit for time served. Yeah, that's
Thank
correct.
you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, the last matter that was transported to address is Mr. Lee. That's cause number 3A0686651. This is a new booking. One allegation of criminal trespass in the second degree. Count 2 is an allegation of drug loitering. Again, I had the opportunity to go over the maximum penalties with him. We also discussed the constitutional rights he has at this stage of the proceeding. He is indicating he has no additional questions, and so we are prepared to acknowledge receipt of the complaints, waive formal reading and enter pleas of not guilty as to both counts.
All right. And sir, are you, I'm going to mispronounce your first name. Is it Nikakis?
It's Nicholas.
Lee? Nicholas? Yes. I apologize for mispronouncing that.
That's all right.
Mr. Lee, you understand that the charges that have been set against you
Yes.
regarding criminal trespass and drug loitering.
Yes.
You have, and counsel indicating you're pleading not guilty at this time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I will enter pleas of not guilty at this time for purposes of arraignment. I will note that probable cause has been reviewed. I will make a finding of probable cause for both charges for Mr. Lee. Regarding that, the city, any requests regarding conditions for Mr. Lee?
The city is requesting that bail be set in $2,000. Mr. Lee has 1 outstanding warrant, 18 lifetime failure to appears, and 9 failure to appears in the last 2 years. City is also requesting standard conditions that Mr. Lee abstain from non-prescribed drugs. City is requesting a soda order as well, that Mr. Lee does not return to the Starbucks at 2020 Maltby Road.
And Ms. Pimentel, what's defense's position regarding conditions?
Defense has no objection to standard conditions, obviously including the no contact. We did discuss the city's request for the stay out of drug area order. I think based on the prior history, I did indicate to him that it was likely the court would issue that. He just needs a copy of that as well as a copy of the map that correlates. He is requesting the court release him on his own recognizance. I did verify that the address that is listed in Department of Licensing is a good mailing address for him. Additionally, he would like to be considered for court-appointed counsel as he's indicating he's not currently employed at this time.
All right. Again, I will work backwards regarding the request regarding council, I will grant the motion to appoint counsel for Mr. Lee based on indigency, based on council's representation. Regarding the charges, my concern is the same. Because there's an active warrant, there's prior failures to appear. My concern, he will not appear for future court appearances. So I will grant the city's motion for bail amount of $2,000. The standard conditions set out will be as follows: that Mr. Lee, you must appear at all future court hearings. You must notify the court within 24 hours of change of address, that you have no new criminal law violations. You'll abide by a stay out of drug area, which is a SOTA order. And the court will make sure, hopefully, that you'll get the paperwork regarding the map and such. I will grant the motion to have no contact with the Starbucks at 2020 Maltby Road. You shall not go there and not be on the premises. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Oh, one last thing. I'm sorry, because the allegation, Mr. Lee, I also I'll also order that you shall not possess or consume any controlled substance unless prescribed by a physician. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And regarding court dates, I'll defer to Madam Clerk and parties what dates work.
That will be next Monday, the 25th at 9:30.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lee, your next court hearing is going to be September 25th at 9:30 a.m. You have any questions?
No.
Okay. All right. All right. I think that's it, unless I've missed something.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, those are the only matters that were transported, but there are two 9:30 matters to address, I believe, both. This looks like, I believe this is the arraignment on Ms. Faulkner's matter.
Okay.
That's correct. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay.
Which case is this?
This is the Faulks matter, Faulkes. John Chizen and Miss Faulks is sitting next to me.
I don't have that outfit, but I've seen that out. Where would that outfit be? I've worn polka dots before. It's true, ladies and gentlemen. I like her polka dot dress. Listen, polka dots are actually pretty good. They're beautiful and they disperse weight very well. So, no shame on. Also, can anybody pronounce Attorney John T's name? Can seriously somebody do that for me? Seriously, TYMCZYSZ. First of all, two Z's in a name, double Z. That's almost a bingo in Canada. A double Z. First of all. Second of all, somebody write the pronunciation of that.
We have been sent to the side room here in City Hall.
Okay. And city president as well? Sorry, I'm multitasking.
Sure. Okay, and this is Pro Tem Johnson.
Yes, I'm sorry. We're just multitasking. This is.
And anybody, what are you talking about, dude? Just like that always gives away the Canucks. I know you know it, Scotty. You're doing good.
Pro Tem Travis Johnson. This is, I should note for the record, Amy Faulks, 3A06-88524. I'm sorry, Counsel, what's your last name again?
Yes, Your Honor. John Tim Chizen. Last name is TYMCZYSZYN, WSBA number 47130.
Thank you, Counsel.
And I'll be entering an NOA on this, but I haven't had an opportunity to yet.
Appreciate that. All right. Get that done as soon as possible. My understanding today is we're on for arraignment. Can the city hear me as well?
I can hear you, Your Honor.
Okay. My understanding at this time is that this is on for an amended complaint to one count of driving under the influence with the additional enhancement allegation of defendant had an alcohol concentration of at least 0.15 by breath analysis. Is that correct? Is that the understanding of the charge that's been filed against Ms. Faulks, the amended complaint, I should say?
That's my understanding.
Okay, all right. Counsel, regarding Ms. Falks, again, we're on for arraignment. Because you don't have a notice of appearance, I can't assume anything. Have you received?
And I have received a copy of the police report. That may not include, dash cam and video stuff, but I've received a copy of the police report. This arrest happened over the weekend, which is why I haven't filed an NOA.
Okay, understood.
This arrest took place, I think, Friday night or Saturday night.
Okay.
And
if
so
I may, then we can proceed with the arraignment. Then I'm comfortable with that, unless the city has any objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, and counsel, regarding the charge, driving under the influence, I assume your client understands that the allegation made involves a gross misdemeanor with a maximum penalty of 364 days and a $5,000 fine. Is that correct?
she does, and we would waive any further formal reading of the amended complaint and enter a plea of not guilty.
Okay. And ma'am, I want to make sure it's you, just a matter of formality. Are you Amy M. Falks?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Okay. And do you understand, not going into the facts of the case, do you understand the charge that's been made against you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And counsel, this time it's my understanding that you, on behalf of your client, want to make a plea of not guilty this time for purposes of arraignment.
That is correct.
Okay. I should note, have reviewed the police reports regarding this case. I will make a finding regarding the defendant's plea of not guilty at this time. The charge, amended complaint of driving under the influence over a 0.15. I have reviewed probable cause. I'll make a finding that probable cause there is sufficient probable cause for the charge. With regarding the city and conditions, what's the city's request regarding conditions of release?
The city is requesting standard conditions. The city is also requesting that Ms. Falks have a SCRAM device based on the high BAC level.
Okay. All right. And counsel, what's the defense's position? What conditions will you agree to, or what would you object to in that case?
So I have no objection to the standard conditions. However, I haven't heard anything that warrants a SCRAM device. The defendant has no criminal history, no DUI history, no history of alcohol abuse, no history of any other criminal charges in her 46 years. My client currently works for a construction company. Can Your Honor hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Yeah.
Okay, you're freezing, so I'm sorry.
Probably better that way. Go ahead,
okay.
counsel.
So my client works for a construction company, and she does inside sales and outside sales for an apartment remodeling company. She essentially visits apartment complex and bids jobs. She has 20 years in the industry, and she can't go bid jobs with an ankle bracelet on that makes her look ridiculous. And she has no criminal history. So just a high BAC on one isolated DUI in 46 years, I don't think justifies a SCRAM device. So no objection to standard conditions. We'll be getting Ms. Falks a alcohol evaluation shortly and ensuring that she has the proper support for anything that's going on. The police report indicates, and it's not a secret, that she's going through a divorce, and that may be causing some stress in her life and some abnormal behavior. And we can get a hold of that without a SCRAM device. Divorce can be an extremely stressful occurrence in somebody's life, but there's just no pattern of alcohol abuse or pattern of criminal behavior in her entire life to justify a SCRAM. So I'm asking that the court impose standard conditions and release her on her personal recognizance and set a subsequent court date.
Thank you, counsel. Two things real quickly. When I was considering the SCRAM, the city's correct. The BAC is extraordinarily high, 3 times the legal limit. But counsel is correct as well. I don't see any prior history. Generally, in these matters, if there's a history, even I've looked at cases where there was MIP or anything, I would consider scram. I'm not going to order the scram at this time. I'll reserve on that based on the future behavior of Ms. Falks. What I'll do is I'll order the following. I have no objection to keeping her on PR because she has no prior history, but these following conditions are important to remember, Ms. Falks. I'm going to order that you must appear at all future court hearings in this matter, that you must notify the court within 24 business hours of any change of your address. So if you move, you need to notify this court so you can get notice for future court hearings. No new criminal law violations. That's strict. If you violate that, you could potentially be taken into custody. You cannot drive a motor vehicle without a valid license and insurance. Make sure that you have both. Those would be subsequent violations and result you also being taken into custody. You shall not drive or be in a physical control of a motor vehicle with an alcohol concentration of a 0.08 or more, or THC over 5 nanograms within 2 hours after driving. And finally, you shall submit to a breath or blood alcohol test upon reasonable request of a law enforcement officer in the future. Do you understand those conditions, Ms. Walters?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, those will be the conditions for the court. The court will be setting for purposes of conditions of release. Any questions regarding those conditions? Oh, looks like we lost Counsel. We still there? You went to mute. There we go. All right. We lost.
Sorry. Yeah, we're here. No, we understand. Okay. It looks like the administrator sent me a message. I was trying to look at the message while using my phone, so I apologize.
No,
it looks like the message was October 26th at 1:30 is the next court date. That's fine with us.
Okay.
And
I will order that be October 26th. And what time was that, Counsel?
1:30.
1:30 p.m. All right. If Ms. Falks, I don't know if she's still there or not. I don't see her. Oh, there she's in the corner. Ms. Falks, your next court hearing that you will need to be at, you'll have to be present either in person or by WebEx or Zoom, however the court wishes to do that in counsel. On October 26th at 1:30 p.m. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, that'll be the next court
Or
hearing.
11.4 appearances, or should she be present?
We do allow 3.4, Your Honor.
And I'm fine with 3.4. You have permission of your client to do that. You can explain to her what 3.4 is.
We just require that it gets filed with the court prior to the hearing.
There you go. Any questions about that, counsel?
What gets filed with the court?
There's a 3.4 waiver on our website.
Okay. Okay. All right. Sure. No problem.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor,
Go ahead.
since the scram device was not imposed, the city would like to request an ignition interlock device.
So the judge and Your Honor, I believe the court already set conditions of release.
Mhm.
We can't keep.
I understand. Go ahead, counsel.
So the court has already set conditions of release, Your Honor, and with due respect to the city, the ruling's been made and entered.
I understand that. I understand why the city requests it too, because of the BAC being over a 0.15. If Ms. Falks had any priors, and frankly, if she had any prior out-of-state history, which I don't see any as well, I would have ordered that. And frankly, Ms. Falks, I was close to considering that as well, separate from the city's recommendation. But I will not order it this time. I'll reserve on that as well. It's just because the BAC level was so high, but because there was no prior history, that's the only thing, frankly, that saved you from that condition. Any other questions?
None, Your Honor.
All right. And city, any other questions?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. We'll log out then if there's nothing else.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry, I screwed that up. Okay. I have Shane Grant next. Is that correct, counsel?
Your Honor, he wasn't transported, but Mr. Smith is here to address the other 9:30 matter, who I don't believe is present either, Mr. Erickson.
Oh, okay, we can handle that. Jared Erickson, it's 37941. Mr. Erickson's not present, I assume, because he wasn't transported. Hi, Mr. Smith.
Well, Your Honor, good morning. No, he wasn't. He's out of custody.
Oh, he is out of custody. I'm sorry.
This is I'm going to ask court to continue this matter. It's an unusual matter. Mr. Erickson pled a couple months ago to a criminal attempt of a certain charge that the system will not accept. And so we were here to try to fix that by maybe pleading to a different criminal attempt that will go into the system. We had court, I think, about 10 days ago. I was kind of late and he had to go, so they set this hearing. I've tried to call him on the phone and text him, but I haven't been able to raise him. I would ask the court to allow a 2-week continuance or a 1-week continuance to the video calendar.
The city had any objection to that?
For the record, Sotelo here for the city. Your Honor, no objection to setting it over a week or two, but we request that it be in person. It'll be a withdrawal. It's a motion to vacate the old conviction and re-enter a new plea and sentencing to the same conditions. The city feels that it'd be a lot easier to do it in person and not over Zoom.
All right, Mr. Smith, any objection to that request?
Well, I think he comes a long way. I would ask the court to allow one more chance to show up on video. Madam Clerk, how much time do you need for proper service or get paperwork out? More than a week?
His address is actually in Snohomish.
Oh, well.
Okay.
He was present at the last hearing. He just had to wait quite some time, and that was the reason why the case wasn't heard. So I believe that he can be here in person.
I have
well,
17130 Newburgh Road, Mr. Smith. So I think that's a fair request because I understand there's some type of court system issue regarding the actual charge. I know you guys need some time to figure that out, but I will order that. I have no objection to continue it 2 weeks, but Mr. Erickson should be present in person. I'll order that actually be done, that he get notification at his address in Newburgh Road in Snohomish, and we'll set that out 2 weeks.
Madam Clerk, would that be October 5th?
Is that a day that you can be present, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I already have some cases at 2:30. Could we add it on at 2:30, please?
Your Honor, I can add it on at 2:30 on that date.
Any objection from the city? I'm inclined to do that.
No, yeah, that's a good Thursday.
All right, let's do that.
Your Honor, October 5th is a Thursday. It's not good for me. I'll be at a conference that day. So can we possibly do the 12th? Give them 3 weeks to show up.
Do you need to be here? I think.
I would like to be here, Mr. Smith.
All right, I understand. What day would that be? The 12th?
The 12th or the 10th. Those are.
If we could do the
How about
10th,
the
Mr.
10th?
Smith is scheduled on that day. He's not here on the 12th.
The
I'm here
10th.
on the 10th.
Great.
How about
we'll do the
1:30
10th.
on the 10th?
So how about the 10th at 2:30? Does that work?
1:30.
1:30, sorry.
All right, I said 2:30 earlier.
So what we'll do is we'll set it for October 10th at 1:30. And Mr. Laura, that works for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's do that. Madam Clerk, go ahead and set that, and then we can send out notice to Mr. Erickson that he'll be present in person for that hearing.
All right, thank you, everyone. That's all I have.
Great, thank you. Last matter I have is Shane Nelson Grant.
Yes, sir, and he was not transported through 35964. I believe he was in court in another jurisdiction this morning, but he was booked on a warrant. It looks like he failed to appear for sentencing.
Right. What I'll do is I'll ask just to hold the $50,000, reserve any future argument. When do you want to have this set again?
If we can just try and have him transported tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Madam Clerk, will that work for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's set up again. Note that he wasn't here today. I'll have to order to hold the warrant at $50,000, reserve any argument until tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. Oh, that's right. All right, I'll see you guys this afternoon.
– 21 more minutes. That's all we got, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. I'm not hiding. I'm literally just rolling a joint, hanging out. I have my own life. I'm still here. I hear what's going on. Nobody's banned, by the way, master heads.
Order. PDF. Oh, the court has it too.
Yeah, I sent it to court as well. Yeah, so I asked the
Also,
court
how
for the
is it
readiness
only
and jury trial
8:40
dates. So I
p.m. where I
selected
am?
November 7th for the readiness with trial November 13th. And I waived speedy through December 18th, which is 90 days from today.
Okay. When do you want the 3-5 hearing? You want to do 3-5 at the day of?
Yeah, let's do the day of.
Good
You all
afternoon, everybody.
magicians?
You hear me all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
We all gonna be all
Okay,
right.
September 18th. This is the pretrial calendar. I'm Travis Johnson. I'm Deputy Pro Tem for today's calendar. And counsel, frankly, if you have cases that are ready, instead of me calling through the calendar, I'm willing to do that. Whatever's ready, we can call that first.
Yeah, for the record, still deliver the city. I do have a few cases that are ready right now. First of all is the Margie Young case, class number 38017.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Good to see you, Judge Johnson.
Mr. Nahiski, always good to see you. Enjoying Australian rules football, by the way, right now. So,
Oh, that's good. Good. More people should.
And that's completely on the record.
Go
Regarding Ms.
football
Young
on the
Lee,
record.
my understanding is this is on for essentially an extended waiver of speedy trial for purposes of potential outcome. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. I have discussed with Ms. Lee her time for trial waiver as well as a jury trial waiver. I have submitted both of those. Ms. Young Lee knows that she will be commencing speedy on September 18th, 2024, with an expiration date of December 17th, 2024. The next court date we're looking at is on September 19th, 2024. I believe it's at 1:30 p.m.
I do have the paperwork. That's what I see. I assume, Mr. Laura, that's all agreeable.
That's correct.
Good night, Cyber Squad. Go kiss goodnight to mommy. Bye.
All right, I'll grant that request, do a waiver of right to trial based on Mr. Nahiski's representation. The commencement date is correct, September 18th of next year, with the new expiration of December 17th. The next hearing, September 19th, 2024. Anything else, counsel?
No, I think that covers everything.
All right, good to see you.
Good seeing you as well.
It does note that the best month in the year to be born is March. Can anybody guess what my birthday is in March? Go ahead and guess that, and I'll give you 1,000,000 KCC points. 1,000,000 KCC points to tell me which day in March yours truly, the Queen of Kink, is born. You're wrong, Simon J. You're wrong, MJ. I'm sorry. Oh, Dana, you're close, but you're wrong. Nobody's got there yet. No. Oh. Oh, look at that. Dana and Simon J both get 1,000,000 KCC points because they both, before Master Heads got it, because you're a master fucker, got the 25th. Thank you so much. You're guessing my birthday. I'm sending it to Dana and to Simon J. Both of you each get 1,000,000 KCC points. You both fucking rock. It's my birthday in March. Tell me what that means I am. I am an insert here astrological sign. I know most of you don't believe in that, but that's the truth. Do it.
Thank you, everyone.
You bet. And Mr. Lord, whatever you want to call next is fine with me.
Mr. Laura, you're muted.
Sorry, Your Honor. The next case is the Morales Garrido case. Huden Morales Garrido, cause number 3A0491391.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rachel Slilly appearing for Houdin Morales Garrido. He's waiving his presence today under 3.4, and I have submitted a signed waiver with the court.
Good night, Tin Man. Nobody's guessed
Sorry,
first.
trying to
Nobody
find
got
the
it. Oh,
file.
Aaron,
What was the last name
MB,
of your client again?
MB, you got it.
Morales Garrido.
All right. And sorry, guys, just not.
So if anybody cares, I am an Aries, born in 1988, March 25th, in the year of the dragon, which makes me a fucking fierce opponent. So go ahead and fucking take me on, bitch. Go right ahead. I wouldn't if I were you, but if you want to, you can. MB, who else was it? Simon J, and there was somebody else that made that correct guess that I will be giving 1 million KCC points to. Thank you very much. Who was it? Who? I know it was somebody other than Masterheads because they said Dana M. Writing it down. Can't be undone. I'm going to write it down right now. I love you all. Melody, if your mom's birthday is March 25th, that means we're connected because my birthday is also March 25th and I'm amazing.
Not funny.
I'll give you $1 million.
That's
Your
nice.
She's the
Your
maker.
Honor, it does look like they filed a waiver of presence under 3.4.
Okay. I was just actually looking at now I have it listed as interpretive case. Obviously, Mr. Morales Garrido is not present. And I'm sorry, counsel, what do you want to do today with this matter?
No, that's all right, Your Honor. I hadn't spoken to that yet. It's a defense motion to continue. We have reached a resolution with the city.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank Jonathan Hart for being the perfect administrator. He gets half the points that everybody gets because he just sent me the list of people that he gets. Woo! Also, yeah, you can exchange them for things. You won't believe what you can get for 27,000 million points.
I just need some time to review paperwork with Mr. Morales Garrido so we can both appear in person.
Okay.
I did submit the order for a October 12th date at 1:30, please.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Lore, is that all correct? Sounds like you have some type of agreement in the future.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I'll grant that motion. And I'm sorry, counsel, you're continuing that within Speedy, or you submitted a waiver of speedy trial? I can't remember.
I did submit a waiver with commencement date beginning that same day, October 12th, 2023, and I continued it out 90 days.
Perfect. I'll grant that motion to waive speedy trial based on counsel's representation. Defendant is essentially waived that for purposes of that time period. Set that for that court date on October 12th. And then you folks can potentially work that out on the 12th. Anything else?
Nothing further from the defense. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
No, Judge, nothing else. I really don't think there is. Oh, wait, there is. Oops.
Mr. Laura, you're muted again.
I'm not judging because I've done it many times.
And the next case is the Chocalo case. Giorgio Chocalo, cause number, I believe, 3A0249557.
And who's defense counsel for that matter?
I am, Your Honor. Good afternoon. For the record, Attorney Julia Boyd with the law offices of Lance Freiber. I am present with my client in office today. This is defense's long continuance to March 9th.
Good job. Thank you for subbing, Masterheads. Appreciate it. Do it with all of your fucking fake accounts that we know you have. Thank you.
2024. I've discussed with Mr. Chocalo his waiver of speedy trial.
Of June 17th, 2024. Your next court hearing won't be until next March 19th, 2024. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you have no objection to continue it out for purposes of some type of outcome?
No.
Okay, I will grant that motion. Grant the waiver right to trial. The defendant has done that willingly. Counsel, I don't think there's anything else. I have for March 19th at 2024. I don't have a time, but I assume that you parties have an agreed time on that.
Your Honor, I was unaware of what time it would be at, but it's my understanding that those hearings are usually at 1:30. So I would agree to that at this point.
All right, okay. So Mr. Chikala will be at March 19th, 2024 at 1:30 for you. All right?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Lore.
Yeah. Yeah, next case is the Sharma case. Sahil Sharma, cause number 33505, and
Good afternoon.
and
Good afternoon,
the
counsel.
18-00005.
And Your Honor, for the record, Saad Kadri on behalf of Sahil Sharma, who's present virtually today. Your Honor, this will be a trial set. We have executed a pretrial order, which has been sent to both the court and the city has signed off on this. We are asking for just the 3.5 motion, Your Honor, which could be heard on the day of trial. We are asking for readiness on November 7th at 1:30 p.m. with a trial date on November 13th, Your Honor.
And I have an order here for Sahil Sharma. It appears that that's all correct. 3-5 hearing. The motion's a limited day of trial. I'm sorry, counsel, what date's your next court date?
Your Honor, I indicated November 7th at the bottom of the pretrial order there for the next court date, which is readiness, and then November 13th is a trial date.
All right, and in the part, and Mr. Lore, that's your understanding as well, that essentially is being confirmed for trial with those dates?
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
Okay, what I'll do then is I'll confirm that trial. Readiness will be November 7th at 1:30. Jury trial, if it's going on that date, will be November 13th at 8:30 a.m. And as counsel has noted, there's a 3-5 hearing as well with motions limited day of trial. Have I missed anything else regarding those two cases?
That is all, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I'll sign off on that.
And yeah, the next case I have is Michael Wilson.
Okay.
Do we have a public defender here? Oh, no, they're not.
Is it Tim Wilson?
Walker, Michael Walker.
Michael Walker, okay.
Is that, who's the attorney on that?
Firstly, I would like to thank T-Rex Trucking for being a real MVP, VIP fucking fan, unlike Masterheads or whatever, not a noob gamer and their mom is, because they're not allowed to borrow their mom's credit card. But I will just tell you that T-Rex Trucking just fucking sent a real donation into the PayPal, much, much more than Masterheads could have ever wanted to deliver. Thank you, T-Rex. Thank you, thank you, thank you, T-Rex. F in the chat for T-Rex. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know who you are, and you rock. And I appreciate it. And that's a real man. That is a real fucking man right there. Thank you.
Or Jessica Camp.
Okay, I don't have a public defender.
Okay.
Okay, we'll put that. We'll call that later. What would be ready next?
I don't have any other ready.
Okay.
Right now.
All right.
Miss Pimentel is back.
There she is. Okay. Hi, Ms. Pimentel. Any of your matters ready to go, or do you need some more time?
No, Your Honor, I do have 2 matters ready. If we can just a moment here. Ms. Kemp is coming in. I also have
I can't wait to hang out with you in Orlando, T-Rex.
believe a city motion dismissed. We're all denied, but Ms. Kemp's matter, that is cause number 3A03588977. This is a defense motion for one last continuance. We are close to entry of a deferred prosecution on this. I have been in contact with the city in that regard. Ms. Kemp is and has been in treatment for quite a while. She's still doing very well. And so we have requested to set this to another Zoom appearance. She is currently pretty far away as her treatment provider is. So we're asking to set this to a Zoom calendar of November 6th at 1:30, but would obviously get the court and the city that paperwork the week before in preparation for entry of that deferred prosecution.
And Mr. Lohr, any objection to that request?
No, yeah, no objection.
Yeah, Ms. Pimentel, I'll grant that motion. We'll continue that. You said November 6th is the next court date?
Yes, November 6th at 1:30.
1:30, okay. Grant that motion. Ms. Kemp, do you have any questions at this time?
No, I don't.
Okay, so your next hearing will be November 6th. It sounds like you're still allowed to do that. You can do that via Zoom or WebEx, whatever this is. If you have any questions, please keep in touch with your attorney. Unless there's anything else, I will grant that motion. We'll set that for the 6th.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're free to log off, Jessica.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, I'm also ready on Mr. Alsanai's matter. That's number 1 on the calendar, 35042. Pursuant to an agreement with the city, I believe they do have a motion on this matter.
All right, Mr. Lohr, go ahead.
Yeah, this would be a motion to dismiss by the city.
And there's no objection. Again, this is pursuant to a resolution after a long continuance.
Okay. And Mr. Lohr, my only question is this for Mr. Alsanai, is this a motion dismissed with or without prejudice?
There'd be a with prejudice, Your Honor.
With prejudice, okay, per your agreement. All right, I will grant that motion. This is obviously an agreement between the parties. I will grant the motion dismissed with prejudice. Mr. Alsanai, you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, the city, you have come to an agreement. It's been fulfilled. I'm granting the motion to dismiss with prejudice. Essentially, what that means is that the city now agrees to dismiss.
That's a big fucking D, ladies and gentlemen. Exclamation mark, big D in the chat. That's what we're about to do. If you don't realize it, figure it out. My slutty little hole is open to a big D. Woo!
Dismiss it, but not only that, they cannot refile it. Essentially, it's dismissed forever. You have any
Thank you very
questions?
much.
You're welcome. Otherwise,
No, sir.
if there's anything else, you're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
And thank you to Ms. Caitlin as well.
Thank you. You're free to log off.
Go ahead and out yourself if you say ew to my fucking tight little twat wanting to take a big D. Because if you say ew to that, oh, the easiest way to out you is a troll, little bitch.
Here, I see we have the Portuguese interpreter. I don't see Mr. Guermos or Mr. Guermes yet.
Okay.
I think that's the only matter.
I think
Just
the
give me a
Walker
heads
case
up.
is ready, Ms. Pimentel, if you want to take that one, it's a continuance. Michael
Yeah, that's
Walker.
fine. On the interpreter case, just let me know when it's ready to go. We can call that. Mr. Lohr, go ahead.
Yeah, the Michael Walker case is ready. It's 3A012738. I believe this is the defense motion to continue to the October 30th pretrial calendar.
And that's correct. Mr. McMahon from my office did fill out that order to appear in waiver of time for trial, which I'm confident he went over with Mr. Walker. It looks like that is to a Monday Zoom appearance as well. This is a fairly newer case, and so I believe this is only a second pretrial with counsel.
Understood. Mr. Walker, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
And my understanding is that you're willing to waive right to speedy trial further out to obviously deal with some issues in this case. It's relatively early. Do you understand that by doing that, you're waiving your trial out to a specific date further beyond the current date?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have no objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll grant that motion. I'm sorry, counsel, what was the date you were proposing?
I believe it was Monday, October 30th.
That's
October 30th. Okay. Mr. Walker, your next court hearing will be October 30th. You understand that?
Yes, via Zoom, correct?
Is that by Zoom, counsel?
Yes, it is, Your Honor. It's on Monday.
All right. Sorry I'm stepping over everyone. Mr. Walker, yes, by Zoom, October 30th. The waiver's been granted. Unless there's anything else, I'll just grant that motion to continue. And Mr. Walker, please be in court via Zoom on October 30th. And you're free to go.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. So I go ahead and just press leave now.
Yeah, you can log out unless Ms. Pimentel needs you. You can log out.
No, you can just go ahead and
All
let you.
All right, thank you. You
You're
guys have an amazing day.
An amazing day, ladies and
Your Honor,
gentlemen.
the only other matter I have that's here at 1:30
I
is
have a
Mr. Olson, but
question.
Mr. McMahon is still speaking with him.
Okay.
Not sure if any of the other private council matters are ready.
I don't think any other council matters are ready. We may need to take a little break.
All right.
Your Honor, I believe Westcott matters ready.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? Thank you. I heard two people speak. So are there matters that are ready?
There are. The Braden matter is ready.
All right, if your cases are ready, just call them because I don't know if I'm ready, but
All right.
I'm ready.
Do
But
you need some time, Mr. Lohr, or you?
Dude, when you're a YouTuber, you can say that. You can be like, oh my God, I didn't realize I was supposed to be ready there, Mr. Walker / pro tem Judge Johnson or prosecutor Lohr. But I'm a YouTuber, so I'm allowed to fuck up like that. Y'all be lawyers, so you can't really fuck up like that. You know? You can't do that. You gotta try harder because you went to university. I didn't go to university, so I have this excuse behind me. It's like, oh wow, you're fucking off screen while you're on YouTube. Yeah, you're fucking right I am, because I'm a fucking dropout. Like, duh.
if council think that they're ready, call the case and let's see what we're doing.
All right, let me call him real quick. It's Jonelle Braden, 3A0362729 and 3A055911. Mr. Walker, I assume you represent Ms. Braden on both?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. James Walker for Ms. Braden. And good afternoon, Mr. Lohr. Sorry to jump in, but I filed a 3-4 authorization via email moments ago, and I also filed a proposed pretrial order. We're asking for a continuance. We're asking for October 30th at 1:30 via Zoom. Ms. Braden and I have been making diligent efforts to get her into an inpatient treatment, and we're making some headway.
Okay, so what I have, Mr. Lohr, I've just been handed this. It appears there is a 3-4 authorization signed today. And as council has noted, new commencement date of October 30th, 2023. Expiration date would be January 30th, 2024 if granted. Any objection to that request, Mr. Lohr?
No objection. What are the dates again, Your Honor?
Sure, it's October 30th is the commencement date. The hearing will be October 30th at 1:30. Expiration would be January 30th at 2024 with this waiver, which I will grant.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. And Mr. Walker, that will cover both cases. Anything else further with the Braden matter?
No, thank you, Judge. Take care, all.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Lohr, do you still need some more time?
Well, looks like Mr. Buck thinks he's ready.
I believe we're ready. On the Melissa Payne Westcott matter. Are we ready on that one, Mr. Lohr? I think we are.
And Mr. Lohr, I'm looking for the file. Are you ready on that matter, or do you need more time?
I think I need a little bit. Did you submit a continuance form? Mr. Buck?
Mr. Buck, you still there?
I think we just need a little break on it.
All right, I'll flip the Melissa Westcott matter.
I think that's all I have. I think a little break will be helpful.
Okay, and again, with the interpreter matter, whenever that's ready, let me know.
I don't see that individual, Your Honor. Did you want to wait until 2 o'clock, or did you want to release the interpreter?
Unless you anticipate some type of communication that they're on late or something, I would probably just call it and then excuse the interpreter instead of having to wait for
I don't have any additional information at this time.
okay. I'll call it officially the Carlos Guimaras matter, 380410581. Ms. Pimentel has already made a record regarding Mr. Carlos Guimaras. Mr. Lohr, any requests regarding his failure to appear on this calendar?
Yeah, the city is requesting a benchmark amount of $5,000.
All right. And Ms. Pimentel, anything regarding that request?
I don't have any additional information, unfortunately. Your Honor.
All right. What I'll do, I'll note that Mr. Guimaras, I'm sorry, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing his name, has failed to appear. I don't see him on Zoom. I will grant the city's motion for a benchmark amount of $5,000. I will strike any hearings. I don't think there's a trial date set. And then with that, the interpreter is that I have N. Patterson.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hi, I'm Travis Johnson. I called that case. I want to thank you for being available. That person has not shown up, so we issued a bench warrant. So you are certainly, I gave you permission to log off now. We don't need your services anymore. Thanks for waiting.
Thank you, Your Honor. That was a good pronunciation of the name, by the way.
Oh, it was, I got lucky. Thank you so
day,
much.
everyone.
Have a good day. Yeah. Mr. Lohr, anything else, or should we just foot until you guys are ready?
I would prefer to just take a break.
All right, unless Mr. Buck, I see you there now.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what happened there. I presume we were set. I'm Melissa Payne Westcott. Mr. Lohr and I were exchanging emails earlier about dates when I submitted some paperwork.
I think if we could just take a recess at this moment, that would be great.
Yeah, Mr. Buck, hang on there. We're gonna catch up to the paperwork. We'll recess. Is 5 minutes enough? Is that, or you need more?
5 minutes would be okay.
All right. Well, it's one.
Hey, well, ladies and gentlemen, honestly, waxing does hurt. That is one of the things that hurts most when you are getting waxed at the store and you pay them money. You say, hey, assess my fucking body and tell me what I look like and what hairs I need removed. It's a tough part for everybody that's involved, but I'll tell you this. I am traveling to Florida at the end of this week. I'm excited about it. I want to have a great time. I'm not worried about what's going on here. I love you all, but I'm not worried. Anyways, it's been over 4 hours. Take your meds. Fucking clock in for your shift. Make sure that you've subscribed to the channel. Leave me a comment. Tell me how shitty I looked. Do that. If you want to fuck me over, tell me how shitty I looked in a comment. If you don't, tell me how lovely I looked. Anyways, I love you so much. I appreciate you all. Remember that I love you. I'm proud of you, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye.